I'm trying to get my picture back up. My video, not my picture. Oh my gosh, I just can't even believe we've made it to this day. I might have to zoom out and back in. Hold on one sec. Ah, hi everyone. Okay. There we go. Can you believe we're finally here, everyone? Can you even believe it? Okay, I've got some guests. Let's see what's going on here. What did you think about the closing? What did you think about the rebuttal? How are you feeling? Oh, hey, Katie. Katie, yes, you want to come on the camera? Okay, so hi, hi, hi. The okay, I'm so glad because I wasn't sure if the alternate was the one that everyone was so concerned about. The one that was staring out into the gallery the entire time instead of listening to the evidence. Hi, Amica Cream. All right, let me get you up here. So for those of you who don't know who Katie S is, she's usually my partner, often my partner on the true crime here and I introduced her to the Dan Markel case and she introduces me to cases and so we have fun together with that and support one another. So Lorna Payne said it was 1700 UK time at 9, so that was 2 hours ago, so it'd be 9 o'clock there. No, 7 p.m. in the UK. Let me just double check. And hopefully Lorna can come back. And Katie, I hope I gave you the right link. I think I did. If not, just let me know. Let's see, what time is it for the UK? Right now it is, I need to have this up. Yeah, so yeah, I was right. So it's 7 o'clock p.m. in London. So, hey, Lorna, come on back. We're ready. Hey, Mona. Yeah, Rash, I would agree with that. He really lost. I mean, I would think he would have lost everyone. Yeah, it was very slow, very boring, and much like it shouldn't be a surprise because he did that with when he questioned Charlie. It was very slow pace and deliberate, and he felt like he had to do that to deliver all those details. He did what he could. But yeah, I'm sure, especially because their stomachs were empty, they didn't have lunch yet. Um, I loved when Georgia said puzzle pieces, almost like Rashbaum did. It reminded me of the little song I made. Oh my God, I don't know if you guys heard the little puzzle pieces song. Yeah, I started doing stuff. I mean, my cat wanted to play. That's more important to me. We can listen to I missed the beginning of Georgia's closing arguments. So would you guys like to listen while we wait or watch anything else? Would you like to watch Katie's um, testimony because that was brought up? Oh, thank you, Katie. I need to put my microphone on. Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? You check. Okay, thank you. Okay, how's this? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello? Uh, Yay! Okay, sorry about that. I was so excited. I was so excited, I jumped on, I didn't hook up my microphone. Katie, do you wanna come up on the screen, or do you wanna stay there in the chat? It's your call, your call. Okay, Kat, Ray, does anyone okay, so I was asking, would you all like to watch Katie's testimony again since it was referenced in the closings, or would you like to watch George's closing remarks again? God, really? You guys, technical problems. Okay, no worries. No worries, Katie. Yes, you want to be showered in time for the verdict. It's going to be kind of a long day. So, what do you think about the closing? Would you like to take a look at it while we wait? Because we can certainly do that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and set that up. And then if we want to move on to something else, just holler. And let's see if I can find it. Okay. Okay, sounds good, Katie. Yes. I had a lot of notes that I didn't read throughout the last 2 nights of covering the closing, and I'd be happy to read those again, or all of them. I never read all of them because my throat was too sore. I'm trying to find the right layout for what we're doing. I'll stick with what I had. Okay. So let's look at her closing. All right, and we're going to pick something else. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not what I want. Sorry, guys. Although this was kind of, I could have let it go. What are you doing with me? Tell me all your thoughts while I'm waiting, okay? I want to hear what you say. What you think? Are you nervous? Are you exciting? Oh, George's ending was great. Okay, goodness gracious. Well, what I can do is just go back on this one. I am kind of glad she finally used a map. It would have been nice for the jurors to have something a little bit more real, like video, like of a car drive. Mm-hmm. All right. I have to turn my Bluetooth off. Hold on one sec. Hey, Helen. How you feeling? Okay. Was her testimony, was her presentation this quiet? During the oh, here we go. All right, sorry. Okay,
over another.
here we go.
A
Sorry.
separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime.
Exactly. Why didn't and this is what I think she was leading up to and saying, but didn't quite say in the in her cross of Charlie. That was one of my points I made last night. So I'm really glad I missed it. I'm really glad she did say, why didn't he say this when he was arrested? Because I've been saying that all along. It's just preposterous.
You may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
You want me to stop? Or are you just joking? Oh, you want my thoughts? Okay. Well, I didn't hear the entire closing argument, but I have a lot of thoughts on what she presented during her cross, where a lot of people thought it was weak. Do you want me to go over that first? Because I did not get a chance to go over that. Yes or no? Because I have notes. I have notes. Let's see if I can find them. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Yes, okay. All right, and I'm going to just put him on, just in case the jurors come back with any question. I'm going to put it on there. Okay, here's my notes. There's a lot of them, and just tell me, I'll just look back and forth from the screen once in a while so I can see if you guys are saying anything. So again, these are my notes from George's cross-examination of Charlie on Friday. He did 9 hours with Rashbaum and 2 hours with Charlie from Georgia. So first of all, her opening that the simplest explanation is usually the most likely, I think would resonate with just about anyone with common sense. She got him to admit that he's claiming to have been extorted on July 18th, 2014. And then that's important because he had different dates and different varying extortion theories throughout, and it was a little confusing. She got him to admit he was unclear whether it was Meg Banawa and Sigfredo who extorted him as he sat there today, even after all that elaborate story. But he did say he didn't find out till Meg Banawa and Sigfredo were on trial in 2019 that he felt Meg Banawa then was part of the extortion. But she didn't ask him why. What was said in that trial? What was the pivot point for you that made you think that all of a sudden, after all this time, this had been 5 years now almost, you now realize the person taking the money from you was the extorter? I mean, duh. So that I would have appreciated her asking. All right. All right. And yeah, so you, Katie, on the cross, I think she made the right decision not to argue with him and not to go hard. Definitely. Yes. Yeah. We can see both sides of that. Crap is over. Oh my gosh, you guys, is it ever? Okay. I think it's important to really go thoroughly through the cross before the closing arguments. For me personally, if you don't want me to do that, you can let me know. I'll just keep rolling until somebody says, no, let's go to the closing. Because I can do either. she emphasized why Charlie didn't call the police or come to the police when Katie was then arrested with this, or even today, evidently, she said, when you were arrested. So I'm glad she emphasized that a little more. I thought she could have emphasized a little more in the cross-examination. She emphasized that in her questioning that it was July 18th, 2014, that it was Meg Banawa who did the transaction, not Sigfredo, not Luis, not a Latin king, and that they weren't even there. And then she was unarmed. She didn't threaten him with any violence. And he never even really said what she said, which I would have liked her to have asked him a little bit more specifics on. What exactly did she say to you? But in any case, then they both took a Xanax and went to sleep. And so his extorter just fell asleep with him that night and spent the night. And also, that was his lover at the time. So kind of implausible. So she did establish that. She also established that the money was stapled, and he said on the stand that the money did come from him and went to Katie and then to the murderers without a shadow of the doubt. Those were just in the very first parts of her cross-examination. Let me go back to see what you guys are saying. I think everybody's taking their showers right now. So that's fine. So if you want, okay, so I'll keep going. So the murderers got paid by Meg Banawa, who got paid by Charlie. He admitted that. And she brought out that the extortion had to be part of Charlie's defense, since there was no evidence of the extortion. Hi, Helen. There was no evidence of the extortion, so of course it had to be part of his defense. Okay. And, okay. Can you hear my cat? She's meowing. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, hold on. She wants her ladder. Just a sec. You want your ladder? Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Okay. There you go. She has a ladder. I made her a really cool ladder. It's all wrapped with jute, and she uses it to get her really high to her really high places that I built for her. Oh gosh. Okay. So also Charlie, and I did hear Georgia talk about this today. Charlie did not suspect that Katie was working with the police, but he did immediately suspect that with the FBI faux extortion. Yeah, that's my kitty. I would turn the thing to see, but she's way up high and it's behind the door. So it's kind of weird that, God, people, leave me alone. It's kind of weird that he would think that one extorter was part of the police, or it was maybe fake, but the other one wasn't. Now that's interesting, because why would one was totally different and differentiated in that way, and in other ways too. She asked him why he just handed over the money and without a fight, especially when he brought up the 48 hours. He didn't take advantage of the 48 hours. Like, where did that even come from? It's kind of crazy. And so the bump was only $5,000, and he just handed over the $350,000 to Katie. Why would they fight so much over another $5,000 if he was already into this for more than $350,000 at this point? So Charlie said repeatedly on his wires, that's not the way it's done, and this is the way it's done, because he's the maestro, right? He's the maestro. And it had to be that way because, again, he's retrofitting his story into the evidence, which only a maestro can do, right? By the way, let me put some... There we go. Everybody got to know who I am. Okay. So also, okay. So it had to be also had to be $350,000 to retrofit his story, even though it could have been $1 million, right? I mean, because they were offering Dan $1 million, but he had it retrofitted to just his own third of $1 million. However, there was talk that Charlie was actually putting up 2/3 of $1 million, and Wendy was going to pay him back with what money that she would get from this horrendous deed. But he denied that. I believe that was in evidence. And then he said, why? And so she asked, why didn't he suspect Meg Bonawa until 2019 if she was the one who asked for it? That might not have been Georgia. That might have been myself, my thoughts. And it was really confusing. I loved the way Georgia handled allowing herself to get confused, even though she wasn't, allowing Charlie to get a little confused and rattled, because the jury at this point would have been confused as to when exactly this happened, who was really extorting you, and why did this happen before Dan was dead? Dan was dead on the 19th, not the 18th. So that was weird. She brought out that he lied to his friend about going to the gym, and she could have brought that out for two reasons. One, that he was making an alibi, and number two, that he's just a liar and he lies to his friends. Both would be true in that case. She brought out that the text messages were inconsistent with a person, a regular friend, and what an extorter would be texting if an extorter texted. And so she asked him, aren't the text messages just what they appear to be? In other words, hi, honey, have a nice day. It's beautiful. Are you going to go to the beach? Isn't that just what it is? Or is this all some kind of cryptic message? Because then he denied that he used any cryptic messaging or codes. So she kind of had him on the hook for that. Let me go back to you guys. Yeah. Yep. I mean, they could get him on a few things if he gets a acquittal, but I don't know if they would. We'll see. She asked her, brought out just the whole hypocrisy of this whole thing is that because Charlie said, oh no, these texts, it's because Katie told me never to speak of it again, and so I didn't. So he was claiming to be somewhat under Katie's power, which is hard to believe, the way he treats women, the way he was treating Georgia, that he would be that passive with little tiny Katie. But also that was very convenient, right? So what was also convenient is that he said, oh, I just whispered to my dad in that Matsuri tape, you just didn't pick up that one particular whisper. Okay, and go ahead and listen to it again. He tried to boss her around there. Totally absurd. I'm sure the jury would see through that. And of course, I loved the way Georgia pointed out the elephant in the room that Charlie actually brought up, that Harvey could have corroborated that whisper, but he wasn't there to do so. And then she asked, how are your parents? Oh, they're fine. Okay, so she brought to the jury's attention in kind of a subtle way that the parents are fine. They're not there supporting Charlie, and they're not testifying for him. So the jury is left to wonder where the parents lie with all of this. She questioned, and he used that same kind of logic to explain why the 15-minute phone conversation with Meg Bonawa would have made everything clear should they have recorded that. So then I would have asked, if I were Georgia, why didn't you record any of these conversations then, if you were trying to protect yourself for the future, especially if your family was threatened? So she questioned why Charlie let Wendy move closer to where the murderers were. If it was his idea to protect her, to not tell her he was being extortioned and to give in to the extortionist, it didn't make sense. His body language is definitely he's not looking super confident. And he finally looked at all the jurors as they walked out today, but I've never seen him do that throughout the trial. And he actually remembered to stand up at the right time this time. And Helen agrees. So Charlie claimed that he let Wendy join his parents in a very secure apartment building. And she asked, why didn't you hire a bodyguard or carry a gun all the time? Whether he was carrying a gun all the time was very squishy. He was not consistent about that because he complained he didn't want to wear it with his scrubs. You would think if you were being extorted in fear of your life, you'd figure that out. You maybe wouldn't wear scrubs or something. I don't know, just a thought. And I was thinking the same thing about when they went out for the celebration dinner, which is a month after Dan's murder. If he was so afraid of these extortionists and that his family had been threatened, he's going out drinking with Wendy, and he doesn't have a gun. He doesn't have a bodyguard. So she did a great job bringing that out. I loved when Georgia asked him if he wasn't afraid to break up with Katie, the extortionist, who had so much power over him, and then why she wasn't at Harvey's birthday party. Hey, T. Cancella, I'm going over my notes from the cross, but I did give the chat the option to go over the closing again because I missed part of it if you'd like to. So just anybody who wants me to switch, I'll do that. I'm about a third of the way through my notes. I'll need to because my throat's already getting sore. Hi, Tara. I know I call you T. Cancella. Cancella. It's Cancella, I should say, like CH, not C. Okay. So why did they continue to talk on the phone after breaking up and act like they were still friends? Is that what you do with an extortionist? I wanted to know, I thought she would ask, was breaking up part of the deal that Katie goes back to Sigfredo? Katie did say that. I think that was implied all along in the previous trials. They were passing Katie back and forth like she was some kind of commodity, which I thought was sickening. In 2014, the extortionist knew what she was doing, not Charlie. So in other words, Charlie wouldn't have known with what the extortionist was going to do. Georgia would have been looking at this as if it was a crime, if it was extortion. What would the extortionist's point of view be? Charlie just could not wrap his head around thinking about his story from a different perspective. He doesn't have the bandwidth to do that. Hi, PM13. We're here for the TikTok. So how you feeling about everything, PM13? Okay, she knew. Katie knew. So why is he telling her to erase her number? Why is she telling her to erase her number when she's being extorting him and has him on a payment plan? In other words, why would Katie, and I think this is key. I think this is super key important. In fact, I'm going to bold it because I didn't have that one bolded. Because she wouldn't say lose my number like a jolted girlfriend that she was. She would have said, oh, you'll be hearing from me. Right? She, on the other matter, even if she didn't want to say what it was. Hot shot guy, hello. You're writing songs? Yeah, he is going to find out. Finally, his number is up. The lies are not going to save him. So in September and October through February of 2015, Charlie and Katie were texting back and forth. I love you, bestie for life. They were sexting. And he claimed that he was doing this with her extortionist. Yeah. And did you not just love when Charlie put forth this crazy idea that, oh yeah, our relationship was getting stronger throughout the extortion. Is that crazy? That is the funniest thing. I don't know if you guys caught that, but he did say it twice because she kind of didn't respond the first time, and he said it again, as if that was going to make it more believable. Georgia also exposed Charlie sleeping around, that he was still single. So just kind of giving the jury an idea of his lifestyle. He let Magbanua spend life in prison, right? Even though he totally cared about, the whole line of questioning was that he really cared about Katie, even though she was extorting me. I didn't really think she was extorting me, but I still care about her, even though she does. But not enough to get her out of prison, that she wasn't part of the murder conspiracy, because it was just Luis and Segredo, and that Luis was actually the shooter. He must not have cared about her that much. Either way, that's a bad answer, whatever George is asking, because he either was lying and he didn't care that much, or that's how much caring that much is to this guy, that he would let somebody rot in prison for a crime they didn't do. Interesting guy. So Georgia asked her straight out if he paid for Magbanua's attorneys. So she put that doubt in the jury's mind that we all have about whether he was paying for her attorneys in order to try and keep his name out of Dan's murder. And she did question how implausible it was that Dan would never have been angry with Magbanua for all of this. So she allowed him to just try to explain away all the texts and all the kissy faces. And she also got him at this point, fairly early on, to lean in to the mic, raise his voice, and show aggressive behavior to her with his body language. Oh, I know. That's why I have it on my graphics, Tara. I saw which she would have shown the Maestro license plate and then referenced it. I don't know why that wasn't. I mean, it was a good visual aid. It would have had to been put in evidence, and I don't even think they asked for it. So, right. And Katie's saying along the same thinking, even if Katie isn't the extortionist, if Charlie loses her number, how is he supposed to get the money to her? Well, because she's coming by monthly, as one does. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Where do we leave off? So Magbanua was taking the money. He let her stay in prison. He denied paying for her attorneys. And Georgia was just basically helping the jury understand through her questions and his answers how this really doesn't look like a relationship between an extortionist and her Mark, and that how implausible that it would be that if she was extorting him, he was never angry with her, because he's just such a nice, charitable guy. You can tell that, can't you? So, and she brought out the cash, the amount of money: 2 years, $48,000 in cash, $138,000 in cash, $70,000 in checks, plus all these other favors. And he's not mad. He's not even slightly upset with Katie for taking all this from him, because, oh yeah, I like to help people out. Kind of crazy. And she also pointed out the whole argument that he had, that she was always looking for money. That's why I didn't think it was her. Okay. Well, he knew she didn't murder Dan. He knew who murdered Dan, so he would have had to know that she was splitting it. I mean, anybody would have to know that. But Georgia brought out that, yeah, $3,000 a month is really not that much money with the lifestyle that Katie has and where she's living. And Charlie just could not bring himself to say he liked Dan or agree that he had a brilliant mind and was respected in the field of law. He couldn't even say it. He also said he wouldn't want to have a beer with him. I mean, he could have at least said, yeah, I thought he was nice. We didn't hang out that much, and leave it at that. We live farther apart. We have a different lifestyle, but he was a nice guy and a great father. He could not say anything nice about Dan, just like Wendy. After all these years, you would think they would figure that out, but that's how much hatred that he was showing. He didn't show any emotion on the stand when they were talking about Dan's death, even though he claimed he was so upset he couldn't go to the memorial. Well, we know what that means. That's consciousness of guilt. And so she asked if Dan was murdered so he could be extorted, you would think he would be more emotional. Because even if he didn't like the guy and he knew that these people murdered Dan, according to his story, for their benefit and to punish him in some way, to take his money, you would think he'd be more emotional about Dan getting caught in the crossfire, so to speak, which is what he's purporting. Yeah, they cannot help themselves from hatred. Charlie and Dana, Charlie said Donna was taking care of the boys a lot for Wendy. That was evidenced in a lot of the wiretaps. The kids were always there. They had a bedtime routine, all these things that Dan should have been doing with them. Yeah, just emotional intelligence of about a 7-year-old. Also, the gratuitous comment about Charlie thinking Donna doesn't like his older brother. Didn't need to say it, didn't help him, made him and his family look like real awful people. Georgia didn't really handle the questions about Donna was a worrier very well. He kind of had an answer for that. All mothers worry. Not sure what she was going for. Charlie was in form. I mean, he did do a lot of preparation, and he took the right medications and beta blockers and everything he needed to do to get through this. He wasn't wiggling around in the chair. He was a little, and I'll point the body language out another time, but he did handle himself, but he had to, but because his own words will condemn him. She brought out about how Donna absolutely hated Dan at the time of his death. She brought out, Charlie said on the stand, again, really faux pas here, dude. Charlie said he thought the worst decision of Wendy's life was marrying Dan. Of course, that was on record, but he said that with a straight face and no remorse, which again shows somebody who really does have hatred towards somebody. The man has been murdered. Why? And a good question Georgia asked was, what would the extortions have to sing about? He's not the one who murdered Dan. They did. So what did they have on him that he would give away all this money? He had no answer. Charlie did give precise instructions to Meg Banawa about what to say to the FBI bump extortionists. Charlie told Meg Banawa to kill them, or Sigfredo in his mind, or he would find someone to kill them. He said that on the stand. He's been noted saying that on the stand, that he would be willing to order a murder of somebody else. So that was pretty powerful. I think this closing was very powerful. I'm sorry, the cross-examination. Charlie was confident police would believe him over a gang member, but yet he never went to the police. Charlie admitted that he said Nazi shit. Can't even believe that. I wonder if there are any Jewish jurors. Charlie got rattled and leaned aggressively in again right after admitting he said Nazi shit. So he showed his craziness. She was saying it was crazy, and he's showing his own aggressive with his body. The jury will see that. Then he said it was a copycat extortion. And so she was saying, who were they copying? And he didn't have an answer for that because they didn't know about this extortion. Everybody just heard about this extortion 2 weeks ago. So who would they have been copying? Because there's no evidence whatsoever with all those wiretaps that there was another extortion going on, miraculously. So she asked, and I think this is also important, why are you explaining how extorting works to someone who's involved in your extortion, such as Donna and Katie? Why would he need to explain it to them? They know what's going on, if there was one going on. So that doesn't make sense either. Hey, Peanut Gallery. Hey, everyone. Going through my notes from the cross-examination just to kind of fill up some time while we wait. What are you all drinking, sipping on? You have anything alcoholic for later? He says that he's innocent. He's not, but he's the victim. But he doesn't act like he's been victimized, does he? He didn't act like he's been hurt and victimized. He acted like Charlie, kind of pompous, kind of jerky, confident, not victimized. Even if he were telling the truth, you would come across as somebody who was victimized all these years and really relieved to get this out. And again, it's not plausible that he would have waited for a murder trial and risk being put away for life before confessing his whole extortion, alleged extortion, full extortion from Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis. I mean, I always thought this is what he was going to suggest. I didn't think it was going to come in this form. He did express relief on the wiretap 6 months before Meg Banawa was arrested. He was calm. He was relieved. He encouraged Meg Banawa to reconcile with Sigfredo. Why? Why would he do that? Was she part of the deal? Who she spent her life with? Charlie or Meg or Sigfredo? Of course, Charlie had no intention of spending his life with her anyway, but Sigfredo wanted her back, and I think Sigfredo was holding that over Charlie's head. Obviously, you leave Katie alone, or I'll tell what you did. So he probably was, to a certain extent, being extorted, and there was evidence that Sigfredo got more money also after the big payments, and while Katie was getting more. Luis said he was buying things for quite some time. But then, of course, Luis went to prison, so he wasn't sure what happened after that. There's evidence that, and so I love that Georgia brought this up in her cross and also in their closing. Who are they going to believe, an oral surgeon or a gangster? I mean, anyone who's even willing to say that is just lost a lot of credibility. She brought out that he's gone to the police before. He talked about it on the wire. Why didn't he go to the police for this? He's gone to the police for somebody from the press driving too close to him while he was walking, for his baby mama, and other things. So he showed that he could be a Karen, and yes, it's extortion. And I need to put my little banner up. Hey, okay. Let's put our banner up. Have fun today. Let's see where I put it. All the little hashtags: Maestro Dentist Defense, Extortion, Florida Dentist, Murder Trial, Puzzle Pieces, Puzzling Defense Theory, Puzzle Pieces here and there, Puzzle Pieces everywhere. We should probably do the puzzle video. Okay, so Georgia is asking Katie, what did she say? Let me go back to these. Oh, well, yeah, we all are for sure, but I'm not worried. I'm just impatiently waiting. I'm going to put it that way. Yeah, Kara says, I believe Rivera over all of them. I'd have to agree. PDSCHU. Does anyone think the defense attorney really believes this crap story? No, of course not. I believe he's been working with, he was the Adelson family attorney for many, many years before he became Charlie's defense attorney. He's a white collar crime attorney for the most part. So I'm sure they'd had so much time to dream this up and put all the puzzle pieces together. And then what was so rich was he was claiming that it was Georgia who was trying to use puzzle pieces, and that she couldn't, and she had to jam pieces together. That was really rich. So yes, he did care over his baby mama. What a Karen. TC Bro, they are in deliberations. They're probably deliberating. They're having lunch in the deliberation room. So they're not coming back to the courtroom. They're straight up lunching and deliberating. So we are on verdict watch. In fact, I should have my banner say that. I can't believe the day is here. Oh my gosh. All right. Extortion verdict watch. Okay, back to the comments. Okay, YMC. Yes, he's the one who came out with the press release earlier on when the Florida state attorney said that, or whoever publicized that the Adelson family was under suspicion before anybody was charged with anything, and it was long before they found the Prius and all that. And he's the one who came back with the press statement and used the term that all of this is fanciful fiction, that the Adelsons were involved somehow in Dan's murder, and they're all innocent. So leave them alone. And that's where fancy fiction got her little moniker, which is cute. So that was Rashbaum, I believe, unless it was John Lohr. I think it was Rashbaum who did that. Okay. I will continue. Okay, what's going on here? The law is long as defense never asked and knows it's not a. Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. He's not going to get in trouble for defending him. Defense is unbelievable if you use common sense. Who has a bunch of supporters? Oh, Wendy. Bunch of Janes. Yeah, probably Wendy. Kara says, I think the most powerful moment is when Georgia had Dan's picture dissolve. Ooh, I did not see that. That's sad. So sad. Okay. Hot shot. Jury already voted. They're now playing rock, paper, scissors. I hope not. They have to read all the legal stuff. It takes a little while. Okay. All right, let's see what else I have here for you guys before we move on to something else. He's gone to the police before. He's called the police before. Charlie did not feel badly for telling Markel's or his sisters and nephews that he knew who killed Dan and why. He didn't feel. And when she asked him, he said, well, now they can know. And he showed no remorse over keeping this information from, of course, he shows no remorse because it didn't happen, right? But he should have at least faked feeling bad. I really wanted to tell them. I didn't know when, none of that. It was not realistic at all. And the Markels were sitting right there. I mean, really disgusting. So Charlie and Wendy went out for drinks with sushi, and they had no bodyguards right there in Miami. And it was a celebration dinner by all accounts, except now Charlie's denying that. And Wendy is too, of course. And I was really happy that Georgia asked, what did Charlie say to Wendy to make her vomit? And I definitely have been asking that question all along. Yes, Dan's sister was there throughout, even through the conference, the charging conference on Friday. They were there for every single moment. Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, she didn't have Sarah do any. Sarah might have a big caseload or something else going on too. So who knows? Why did Lacasse say Wendy called it a celebration dinner?
Why would he make that up? How would he make that up? How did he know it would even be a thing? Okay, so that was interesting, and Charlie's answer to that was also implausible. He bragged to Lacasse about his connection to Cuban gangs and denied that. So he probably had more than one option for hitmen, obviously, but Katie just made it super easy for him on like their second date, which was interesting. She didn't think that was like a red flag. Charlie said his parents' idea for the $1 million, it was his parents' ideas, not his idea. And he said parents, Donna and Harvey. He didn't say Donna. So he brought his dad into that. I thought that was interesting. Charlie slipped. I don't know if you saw this on the sand when he said, I would be better off if I paid. Now, later on, when Georgia brings that up in questioning, would you have been, he pretended not to know what she was talking about, be more financially ahead. Why did you laugh when your mother called Dan's curse words? Why is that so funny? I mean, that's a dead man. 10 years, even if you thought it was funny by now, 10 years later, you still think it's funny. That shows his heart, that he has no remorse and no guilt or bad feelings about Dan dying, which is, of course, a lie. That's not why he didn't go to the memorial. He didn't want to get picked up. She asked, was Wendy better off financially after Dan's murder? Pretended not to know, but seemed to know a lot of details. So she exposed him there. She exposed him by asking, drop some breadcrumbs for future trials. Was Harvey's birthday between the two murder trips in June and July? And he claimed not to know. She also dropped the hint that paella might have been another code word with the family. And I just find it super distasteful. And it probably is. I find it super distasteful that it was such a non-kosher food. And, it just, like in everyone's face, that these Jewish people would be so over the top with this whole, we're not Jewish Jews, this kosher style. And Dan would have hated this. So let's pick that. Let's pick the thing that Dan would hate, because now he's dead and we're alive, and yay us. So she did ask why he didn't attend Dan's memorial. And then she got into some rapid fire. We have a lot of weight on our shoulders. What did Katie mean when she texted that to you? He admitted he falsified payroll records to help Meg Banawa cheat the government. He also trusted Meg Banawa, his extortionist, with his credit card number. Who would just give your credit card number to an extortionist or somebody dating an extortionist? Your credit card? You're going to just, that doesn't make sense. They're going to just spend all they can if they're extortionists. No, she just spent what he gave her permission to spend. Charlie offered a cruise, prescriptions, a meal service, car payment. So basically setting her up for life. So she didn't have to work. And then she could collect her government money. He said she could use his card, his boat. He did try to sell her the boat, which I thought was so greasy. I thought it was hilarious. Claims he didn't pay for her breast augmentation, even though Katie went show them off to her friends one day, allegedly saying, these are courtesy of the professor, which is so disgusting. I would love to see her questioned about that. He gave birthday gifts to Sigfredo, his extortioner. He bought pot and gave it to Sigfredo, Mr. Doctor. Smart guy. He gave Sigfredo a gift card because he didn't know what else to give him. Charming. All this is what you do with people who are extortioning you. No, this is what you do with people who are collaborating with you on a crime. She asked him, both Wendy and Charlie, what they got for Harvey's birthday. So again, that was some more breadcrumbs for the future. Hey, Wally Cleaver. Yeah, paella is a Spanish dish, but it has a lot of shellfish in it, which is non-kosher shellfish. Yep, all to keep them happy. Yeah. So she did ask, was that his birthday gift? And he said, no, I paid for the paella. That was his birthday gift. So again, he kind of fell into that. Yeah, I think that's a code. Yeah, sick Fredo. Sick Fredo. Good one. Very. Yes. And Dan was orthodox with his religion and diet, much more so than they were. Yeah, everyone, there's a lot of varying degrees to that in the different sects of Judaism. People do different things, but yeah, he was stricter than them for sure. She asked, when did he find out Dan died? And he said it was the next morning. So the extortion already happened. Pointing out the ludicrousy of that. She didn't really say anything about that. I hope she handled it in crossing, but hopefully the jury picked up on that. She asked if he thought he was untouchable and that he did everything so he wouldn't get caught. This is where I thought she would bring the maestro thing up, but she didn't. She asked, why was Donna 10 minutes from his house? Why was Donna going to pop over to his house the night of Dan's murder on the way up to Wendy's? Because Katie has said now that they dropped off the money. And he said, nah. But obviously they did. That would not be a detail that Katie would know. I mean, it just how it would fit into all this. So it seems real. It seems truthful from Katie, which some things don't. So I realize that could be 50-50. And again, why didn't he report it after Luis's arrest? Why not report it then? Oh, because all the Latin kings would come out and get him. They would anyway, wouldn't they? I mean, if you were really being extorted. Oh, hive mind, concussion, hey, and good point. Good point. Okay, I got to get to the end because my throat is getting dry. I'm almost there, and then I'm going to play you guys a video just for fun, and then to get us in the mood, and I'm going to grab a coffee while you're watching the video. It's only like 3 minutes. She said, how are your parents and where do they live? Has anyone from the Latin Kings threatened your family since your arrest? No. His arrest was last year. And she did say, and he did twist it so it sounded like she was asking he wasn't murdered since this was announced. His mystery defense was announced a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago. No, he hasn't been killed in his jail cell. But she meant much longer than that because he's been in jail for much longer, but probably didn't want to point that out to the jury because that could give him sympathy from a particular juror, one or two. You don't know. She asked, why bring your mother Donna into this? She knows about the extortion. So this is interesting. He does drag his mother and father into this. He does try to keep Wendy out of it. Yeah, so I think they've got to be nervous now about the next knock on the door. He got so wound up. Did you notice how wound up he got when she asked her about the TV being a code? That was really, he was indignant about it and very aggressive. Another lean forward and raising his voice to her on that question. And then she allowed him to blab about all these coincidences. And she said straight out, why does it sound like the bump is the first extortion in your wiretaps? If you were being extorted, why does it sound like this was the first time you were being extorted? Bruce. Oh, I love it. I invited the Delray Beach chapter of the Latin Kings to come watch the verdict with me at the Polo. I hope you get a lot of RSVPs. No, please don't do that, Bruce. That's funny. Glad to see you here. Wally Cleaver. Peanut Gallery. Wendy screwed by driving by the scene, and Charlie screwed up by violating his don't talk rule. Yeah, because he can't he can't not talk. I agree on both. Okay. So she asked again, why wouldn't it be good for Charlie for the police to have arrested the people who killed Dan if they were extorting him? Seems pretty logical to me. And then she said, are you telling Meg Banawa to find someone to kill the fake FBI, basically a policeman, if he would find someone if Meg Banawa couldn't? So here he is showing that he did count on Meg Banawa to find someone to kill previously. Okay, in that question. So she brought it out that he asked her to kill this person, whoever it was he thought was related to Luis Rivera. And he wouldn't have asked her that if she hadn't found someone to kill Dan or in the past. And that was a little subtle, but I'm sure the jury picked up on that. And then he just had so much bravado that Georgia was very helpful in showing the jury, letting him show the jury. She exposed his absurdity and his inability for anyone to swallow or follow his story. Why would the first extortionist care about the second extortionist was one of the funniest questions she asked him toward the end. Why are you explaining extortion to Meg Banawa? Again, she asks if she's the one involved. Why explain to Donna if she's the one being extorted? And then she asked, why did you sound so relieved on the wire? And then 6 months later, when Meg Banawa was arrested, Charlie started stressing out big time and displaying signs of distress to his girlfriend. And that's been reported to the police. So those are some of the main points, at least in the first 3/4 of that cross-examination. And I was hoping she would tie that together in the closing today. So let's see what we have. What's this? Okay, what I missed. Okay, can somebody tell? Grand jury bring charges on Wendy, and Wendy will take deal and turn on family. Oh wait, what am I hearing? What have they posted? Okay, I'll just look. You guys, I'm reading away, and you guys are talking. What got reported? I'll just look. I got a Twitter. I don't see what you're talking about. I'm on Fancy on Twitter. What was reported? Is there some new breaking news? So she's just saying that Charlie will be found guilty, then Donna will know what it's like to lose a child. Then Donna's turn, and Wendy will know what it's like to lose a parent. Oh, there's a hot mic moment. What did he say? I need to find that. I need the clip. Okay, I'm going to find the clip and show it. Is it on YouTube or Twitter? You're saying Twitter? I didn't see it. Let me see. Let's get that hot mic moment. Oops. Okay. Okay, hold on. We're going to play it here. Gotta love a hot mic moment, right? Ready? I heard him say you've got to stop. It's not the time for that, or there's no more time for that. I'm going to let you guys hear it till you figure it out. Oops. Okay, guys, what's the consensus? You got to stop. It sounded almost like he said there's no sense in that, something along the lines. Love that. But he definitely, you've got to stop with his hand up. He wasn't joking around. He's done. It's like, you've got to stop. And Matt says he's saying, you got to stop. No one's following the defense. I think there's obviously he would say there's no time for that. The jury's been adjourned, like not adjourned, but they're in deliberations now. You can't just start adding things in. Yeah. Stop. Just stop. Stop at this point. Yeah. It's a pretty good visual. Rashbaum's like, dude, you're not getting it. Dude, you're not getting that. Yeah. That's what I think, Katie. I think it was like no sense at this point or not at this point, something like that. Just stop. It's over, Charlie Tuna. We can just do that one on replay for a while for the funsies, because that was pretty fun. I will take it off slow-mo. Gotta love to see it. Love to see it. I think I'm going to make a GIF around it. Steven says you got to stop. No fooling around today. It's a I don't know. It's that's right. It's like my job is done here. My job is done here. Oh, this wasn't after? Oh, okay. it's going in there or it's not going in there. It's kind of what it sounded like to me. For sure. Big time. He's like distancing himself. He's leaning away from him and he puts his hand up. He's sitting away from him. Definitely physically distancing himself in that chair. He didn't respond to her like he did with Georgia. All right, kids. Let's do something fun.
Puzzle pieces.
Puzzles.
Puzzle pieces.
Puzzle.
Puzzle pieces.
Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces everywhere. Puzzle. Puzzle. What a puzzle. Puzzle pieces in the air. Puzzle. Puzzle. Puzzle pieces everywhere. Puzzle. Puzzle pieces here and there. Puzzles. Puzzle pieces everywhere. Puzzle. Puzzle. I'm so puzzled. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle. Puzzle pieces on the floor. Puzzle. You got the puzzle now. Puzzle. Solve the puzzle. Puzzle. It's your job to give me the puzzle. Give me the puzzle. Puzzle.
Will constitute perjury, which is the first witness under oath.
Puzzle.
Will constitute perjury, which is the first witness under oath. Will constitute perjury, which is the first.
Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces.
I'm not going to lie. I really love that when he was saying puzzle pieces in the very beginning, doing the little hand motions. That's exactly how Georgia said it in closing today. I just about fell out of my chair. So funny. So funny. So kids, so do you want to go over the closing? I'm going to grab something to drink. So I'm going to put myself on a short break. You tell me, chat, what you want to watch. Do you want to go through the closing again? Just to kind of reinforce what she said, or did you want to look at something else together? It's your party. It's up to you. So think about that and put it in the comments. I'm going to just go make a coffee and I will be right back. Who's a bad girl? Who does she think she is taking a break? The audacity. Okay. Up a big tree. Nice to see you. What a great screen name. I love these screen names. So, Christina, tell me everything you loved about Georgia's closing. Yeah, sometimes judges do that. They will speak directly to the defendant, or convicted criminal, and he probably will. He'll have words for him. How many he'll have, I don't know, but he will. Is it my birthday? No, why? Why? Why would it be my birthday? Because I'm celebrating. I'm not celebrating. I'm just having coffee. Just plain old coffee. I'm not muted now, though, right? You can hear me. Yes, that was my whispering puzzle pieces. I did the vocals. That's what I did when I couldn't go live last week when I had laryngitis. I did a few videos, actually. How does the guilty verdict victory song go? Well, we don't have that yet, but maybe you could teach us the song so we're ready. What did you see from Court TV, Katie? Katie, you need to get on here. I am really confused. You're giving us all this information. I'm like, what? I'm seeing it late because I don't get the comments in real time, and I'm getting a lot of them. I don't think Brash gave him bad legal advice. First of all, I don't think Brash bomb. It's up to the defendant. So the lawyer could have not given that defense, but he was probably the only one who would. I think it was up to the Adelsons to go with that defense and all or nothing. Okay. It's Katie's birthday. It's Katie Kool-Aid's birthday. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's not my birthday. I don't celebrate birthdays anyway. So Christina says Georgia was really calm and composed. Of course she was. She's so cool. The buildup from the cross exam to the end of the closing argument was like a great Indian food where the flavor just builds. Oh, I love that metaphor. Okay, so she is saying it was after rebuttal. Yeah, I heard it was before closing, after rebuttal. I thought maybe it was after the jury. I don't know. I would like to know when it happened, but intriguing. That body language of Rashbaum being like, here's Charlie way over there, and Rashbaum's like sitting so far away from him, distancing himself from him. He hadn't done that until today, so that was not good body language for the jury to see if they were. Okay, Kathy is 64. Well, I'm 62, but it's not my birthday. I don't really celebrate birthdays. I celebrate every day, basically. Okay, let's look at the closings again. Let me do this. Okay, before the closing is when the judge gives the jury their instructions. I'd like to start with that. Anyone in the chat object? Otherwise, I'm muted. It's Dawn's unbirthday. Am I muted? You can hear me, can't you? Thank you. You scared me. Somebody told me I was muted. My throat hurts. I hope I'm not talking for nothing. Okay, let's go. Make sure I have the right screen. That's dumb. I don't like that. All right, let's play it. Okay, good. Wrong screen. Hold on. I am having difficulty with my controls today. I've got so many screens open. I thought I closed it. Oh, is that the one I have? Okay. All right. I'm really off my game today.
If
All right. Sorry, Lapa. We're gonna watch the instructions and the closing while we wait. Do you think he said that? You were reading his when
members of the jury,
you
good
do
morning.
this, point it out, okay, Lapa?
Now that the evidence has closed in the case, I am going to be giving you your instructions on the law itself. A copy of the jury instructions that I will be reading to you has been placed in your chairs. If you wish to follow along as I read to you, that is certainly your choice. If you just wish to listen as I read it out loud, you may do so as well. After these instructions have been given, the attorneys are going to give you their closing arguments.
That sounds about right.
Let's get started
Yeah.
at header 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions.
Here we go. I want to hear this.
Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Charles Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Charles Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a
That body language, he's bending over like he did after he got off the stand after Georgia's cross. He buckled over. He's doing it again. He's showing real signs of stress, which of course is normal. But he's not able to hide that from the jury.
reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3.
Okay, he shouldn't be shaking his head like that. You can also see more lines in his forehead. Previously, we were noticing him furrowing his brows, sometimes to look innocent or sad, like a puppy, but you didn't see the lines in his forehead most of the time, which would mean it was somewhat deceptive. This is actual grief because you can see the lines in his forehead and the veins are going vertically, the lines going horizontal with his furrowed eyes. We're not seeing anything going on in his chin because he's not really mourning, not really sad about Dan being dead, just that he's in this position from what it looks like to me, but just my opinion.
There was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose.
Does everyone want me to play
Killing
it
with
faster?
premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient
Watch
proof
his
of
forehead.
premeditation if the circumstances of the killing
No,
and the
okay.
conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and he made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Charles Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine Magbanawa and or other co-conspirators to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Charles Adelson solicited Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Charles Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get this witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court?
I love that.
Has the
Yes.
witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony
I just want to say, every time I see Captain Crunch, your screen name, I want Captain Crunch. I haven't had it in decades.
deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like any other witness, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime, has been promised immunity from prosecution, or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in her own case, may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider his or her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number one, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number two, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number three, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number four, remember the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number five, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It will be my job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number six, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number seven, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. And there is actually only one verdict form because we're not going to introduce chaos into the case, but I will read it to you now. State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count one. Count two, we, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count two. Count three, we, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then it is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to give its closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Sorry about that. I have some gardening going on in the background, so I muted my mic. Hi, Carla. How you doing? It's nice to see you.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Here we are.
Yeah, here we are. And so just for Carla to get caught up here, we just listened to the judge's jury instructions. Were fairly simple, and he said that he simplified the jury form, so it's just guilty, not guilty on each charge. So it wasn't complicated, which I appreciated. So now they're doing some trimming out front. So we were going to go over Georgia's closing arguments. And just there was one person who commented that they didn't think it was fair that the judge said to the jury that that they had to come, oh, this was not the comment, that they had to come to a unanimous decision, but I believe that's just normal for the judge to do that, and that he's always going to encourage them, even if they think they're hung, he'll still go back and say, can't you try harder to get to an agreement. So
Yeah, and that's pretty standard too.
it's pretty standard. Yeah. So I would love to talk about that more, but I wasn't sure if this person was saying it, just that they were saying they feel like that's not great for the US judicial system, or maybe they're in another country and it's done differently. So I was just curious more to discuss that. And you're welcome to discuss all that in the comments. I am really intrigued and interested. So so here we go. We're going to listen. Did you want to say anything first, Carla, before we listen to the
No,
Georgia?
I'm actually several hours behind because, as you guys can
Okay.
see, I'm at work.
Yep.
So this is like perfect timing for me. And hi,
Okay.
Helen.
Hi
Yeah.
to everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm so glad you're all here. I have the screen going in 2 places, so if I see any activity, I'll jump over to the live over there. But right now, or you can say something in the comments if you see. They're still probably digesting their lunch, though. And I might do this on about 1.25 speed, if that's okay with everyone, just to go quicker.
Sure.
Or maybe even faster. We'll see how slow it is. I'm going to mute myself. Hopefully I'll remember to take myself off.
In jury selection, we talked about the burden of proof and how it was my burden to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence. And generally speaking, the defense's job is to poke holes in the evidence and argue that it falls short of meeting that high burden. And we also learned at jury selection that the defense does not have to prove anything. But sometimes if the law enforcement investigation is so thorough and so compelling that there's really no way to poke holes in the evidence, he has to basically admit his own words, his own text messages. That stuff is undeniable, right? And those things prove that he was in cahoots with Catherine McVanois in 2013 through the murder in 2014, and all the way up until her arrest in October of 2016. He knows he can't deny that he paid the killers because of this bizarre practice he had of stapling his money. So sometimes when a defendant can't attack the facts or the law, they instead try to explain it away by saying, you can't trust what you're seeing. It's not what it appears to be. It's actually something else entirely. Often, as in this case, the individual explanation, so when you zoom in on one piece of evidence with its attached explanation, can be like, maybe. But when you zoom out and you add all these things together, this explanation, and this explanation, and this explanation, this coincidence, and this coincidence, and this coincidence, it starts making less and less sense. It starts being less and less reasonable. And when you zoom out from the defense's theory, it's really unreasonable, right? Because to find it reasonable, you have to buy a lot of things that he's selling. The most obvious of which is that because Sigfredo Garcia hated him, he and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee twice to kill someone he hated in hopes that he would give them money for it on the back end. Please think about that. To hit this defendant where it hurts, these two dudes with no connection at all to Dan Markel and without 2 nickels to rub together, rented a car and paid for gas to come to Tallahassee and stay in a hotel twice in order to kill someone that this defendant hated, to harm him. And for what? To maybe get money. Maybe he just turns him in for murder. Why not just kill and rob him if what you're after is money and there's no hired hit? Why not just kill and rob him if your motive is, we hate him? Then the bad guys don't even have any contact with him, according to his own story. They didn't threaten him, they did not beat him into submission. Instead, they sent his own girlfriend to extort him on their behalf. And without any actual contact from the bad guys, the defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. Just handed it over. Take it all. And when that amount wasn't sufficient, these stone-cold murdering gangsters let the defendant go on a payment plan to give him the rest of the money. They let Catherine McBanois skim off the top each month. And never, over the next 2 years that he was being extorted monthly, these gangsters, remember that money doesn't go to the principal, that $3,000 a month. They never show up to demand the remaining $195,000 that this defendant has agreed to pay them. Then you also need to find reasonable that over the 2 years of this supposed extortion layaway plan, that the defendant continued to do what? Send these kissy faces and love texts to Catherine McBanois. He's sending these messages to a woman who got him into this mess, and he says he didn't suspect she was involved. What? What do we know about this man? He didn't suspect she was involved. She's taking the money. He's never even heard from the bad guys. He didn't see it that way, that she got him into this mess. They grew closer after she began extorting him for $3,000 a month. Meanwhile, the defendant and Catherine McBanois break up. She continues to maintain her direct and indirect contact with Sigfredo Garcia, the man who's extorting him, the man who murdered his former brother-in-law in cold blood. But he sees her as a friend. The kissy faces and the I love yous continue. Even after Catherine McBanois got back together with the man who executed Dan Markel, the father of his young nephews, and a guy who's actively extorting him, this defendant continued to reach out to her over and over again to offer her favors and gifts, including a birthday gift for Garcia, and to tell her he loves her and how lucky he is to have her in his life. Lucky? Next, to find a reasonable doubt here, you have to find it reasonable that the defendant never texted or talked about this first layer of extortion. Why? According to him, because Catherine McBanois said, let's never talk about this. So they did. Then you have to believe he never reported or revealed this information to law enforcement out of fear of the gangsters. And finally, you have to believe that this living in fear of death by gang members over 2 years didn't cause a change in his general demeanor that his friends noticed. But later, the bump from law enforcement did. He says that's because, well, I became worried that I might be falsely arrested. So I wasn't a hot mess when I was being extorted by gang members and threatened to be killed and my whole family killed. But I became a hot mess when I started to get worried that the cops might be getting closer. And I have no real way of knowing if all this stuff sounds ridiculous to you, if it sounds reasonable to you, or if y'all just heard so much stuff that you're totally confused and can't even remember what the evidence in the case showed. But they only need to get one of you confused enough to derail this whole thing, right? So I've got to go through each thing with you. Your verdict has to be unanimous. So I want to go through the testimony, I want to review the evidence, and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about this multitude of explanations the defense has offered in an effort to really turn each piece of evidence on its head. This is Dan Markel. He is the victim in this case. A brilliant lawyer, a funny guy, a son, colleague, a brother, a mentor, and a friend. But most of all, a father. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his access to those two little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. And despite the defense's efforts to characterize their client as the real victim here, Dan Markel remains the only victim in this case. The only thing he was guilty of is fighting like hell for those kids. And he lost. He didn't lose in court, but he lost. This is what he looked like before this defendant hired a hitman to kill him. And this is what he looked like afterwards. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant man was gunned down in broad daylight in the driveway of his own home. His horrific death ultimately set police down two separate paths following the two most promising leads they had. The first was to chase down that Prius that Mr. Geiger saw fleeing the crime scene. And we'll examine those efforts in detail. The second path was to ask, as we would in any murder investigation, who might want to have done this? Who would want Dan Markel dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, before Professor Markel was even pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant. When his sister revealed to law enforcement that her family hated Dan Markel and that her brother, Charlie, had joked about hiring a hitman to kill him. And this trash talk, of course, would be meaningless had he not been killed by a hitman. So who did it appear had a motive to want Dan Markel dead? His own family. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against these people? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to them disparaging him to his kids? The evidence has shown that the Adelson family was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, they were willing to go even further to win. I want to examine this motive in more detail and look at exactly how it's attributable to this defendant. Despite the defense efforts to minimize this, it's really clear that the divorce between Wendy and Danny was a particularly nasty one. They fought over everything, all the way from the children down to the bicycle and the tennis racket. In January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida with the kids. They were 2 and 3 at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendy cites the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Wendy Adelson also alleges in his filing that the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law. Wendy Adelson viewed herself as stuck in Tallahassee, a characterization which she now denies, but one which was used to describe her situation by Jeffrey Lacasse on the witness stand and also in her own pleadings in these divorce filings. In Markel's answer on page 80, he seeks continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to the education, religion, and medical upbringing of the kids. And we go to this May email from Donna Adelson to Wendy. These emails are offered as examples of how invested Donna Adelson was in this litigation and in Wendy's life in general. They reveal that relocation was a huge priority for Donna, and that it was also a high priority for Wendy, Harvey, and the defendant as well. Wendy testified that her mom really wasn't that involved in her divorce proceedings. Again, these emails prove the opposite was true. On May 3rd, 2013, this email references Dan's divorce filing as, quote, his 23-page rant. She then crystallizes the importance of relocation, stating, the most important part of your divorce is relocation, in bold. I sincerely hope that your attorney understands this is your, all caps, non-negotiable. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job. But on June 21st, 2013, Wendy's motion to relocate was denied by the court, with the court finding that the wife has not met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Like the heroine in her book, Wendy and the boys were officially stuck in this small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization. Wendy worked hard to try to convince you that none of this was a very big deal to her, her mother, or her brother. And she said she was expecting to win everything in the divorce. She was expecting Danny to lose everything in the divorce. She was partly right. Danny did end up losing everything, but not in court. She had already lost relocation, and her attorney had to get off the case as a result of whatever Danny was filing in court. And he was poised to really take her through the ringer with this grandma motion, the fraud allegation, and the contempt motion that was all pending. Even if he wasn't going to be successful, folks, it was going to be a very unpleasant ride for Wendy Adelson. But as we have learned, Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. On the stand, Wendy Adelson suggested that relocation was not a big issue for her. It was just suggested by a friend, but the other evidence in the case suggests the opposite. Jeffrey Lacoste said she was a complete mess over the litigation, especially the relocation. She wrote a book about a human rights attorney who was stuck in a small town in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor husband's job at NFSU. And maybe most importantly, Wendy filed this motion for relocation. Her lawyer didn't file it without her knowing. Was the motion doomed from the start? Wendy clearly hoped not. But there were other ways to skin the cat. Here's a June email from Donna to Wendy. In response to the court order denying relocation, Donna emails Wendy, quote, it's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have. Let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable. And later, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Then on June 25th, this is continued, that same email, we get a plan of action. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. They're Jewish, remember. Then change your Facebook status to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with New Beginnings in Tallahassee might be nice. How happy do you think you will be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor at the Teenage Catholic Church who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange this, I'll be happy to do it for you. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. I've already checked this out, and the baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out evites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going for the few days that they're in Tallahassee with you. 5, register them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this too. Even if they don't actually go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we offer him. Maybe he's willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend this private Hebrew academy. Or perhaps he he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. And then on June 27th, she follows up with another email along the same lines, criticizing the judge and Wendy's attorney and adding, obviously the court isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you have to say on your behalf. You need to help yourself. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousand years have been fought over religion. These emails are such telling glimpses into the family dynamics behind this murder. This email is just an example of how relentless Donna Adelson was. And it's clear from these emails that she's conferring with the defendant on these plans that she's proposing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dress the kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's not in control. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? That's all this is, Wendy, an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future of what a life without your only family nearby teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. The extremism that Jibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing. Religion is brainwashing, control of the masses. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Even though the divorce was final on July 31st, 2013, the anger and bitterness associated with this split was still festering. Litigation continued and even increased as both parties filed motions over the next several months alleging that the other was violating the marital settlement agreement, and both parties seeking to have the other side held in contempt of court. In October of 2013, Wendy filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and have Dan held in contempt. And Dan was hearing, and the defendant was hearing about all of this as it went on from his mother, as indicated in the emails and in the text messages shown here as well. Here she's telling him how terrible things are for Wendy and how it's negatively affecting his dad's health. Then later that month, when Wendy was about to make the second dumbest mistake of her life after marrying Dan Markel by buying a house in Tallahassee, Charlie says Wendy probably hasn't mentioned it to him because it's stupid. And then after he gets Wendy to pull the plug on the house, he's praised as the miracle worker that solved this problem. This text was sent on Halloween of 2013, the very day that Catherine McDaniel testified. This defendant broached the subject to her of, hey, do you know anybody that could rough somebody up? The defendant was hearing about Wendy's situation regularly from Donna. Here we see Donna telling the defendant how angry at Wendy's attorney and stressed out Wendy is. That's on February 15th of 2014. And here's another text from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson 4 days later, discussing the details of Danny's actions and expressing how much she hates him. Here on March 4th, 2014, we have Donna planning to speak in private with the defendant while she's at the rest stop in Gainesville. She asks him to delete this message after he reads it. Although he's not with Harvey, and Harvey nor his birthday are mentioned in this text message. All that's mentioned in this text message is, I'm gonna pull over at a rest stop and talk to you in private. This is the grandma motion. On March 26, 2014, less than 4 months prior to this murder, the defendant files his grandma motion, the counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. Again, alleging that Wendy is not facilitating communication between he and the kids and getting after Donna personally. In this filing, Dan Markel alleges that on 3 separate occasions in November of 2013, the children informed him of their maternal grandmother, Donna Adelson, disparaging him. The boys indicate that, quote, "Grandma says you're stupid. She says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her." And quote, "Grandma says she hates you." Dan Markel requests the court, quote, "enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father." Contrary to what Wendy Adelson told us, we learned this issue was taken seriously by both sides, and that Dan Markel was particularly hot at the time of his death because of some recent issues that were going on. So to the extent that there was any banana bread peace offering made, it apparently fell short of diffusing the issues within this family. This situation was a pressure cooker, and it was about to blow. As we learned, this grandma motion was never decided by the court because Dan Markel was murdered before it could be heard. Whether or not that is a coincidence in timing is up to you all to decide. Wendy told you that she and Dan were getting along pretty well at the time, the weeks leading up to his murder. But this assertion does not fit with the rest of the evidence in this case. In fact, her own court filings are completely contrary to that assertion. In addition, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacasse, told you all that she took all of this very seriously, that she became upset every time there was a filing, and that her behavior became increasingly emotional and erratic as the time led closer and closer up to what ultimately was the murder day. According to Lacasse, she was especially concerned about the relocation issue. And Stephen Webster, he was Professor Markel's attorney, testified, told us that Markel was irate at the time of his death over 2 issues. The first being Wendy enrolling one of the kids in a school without consulting him, and the second one being him overhearing Donna Adelson refer to him as stupid on a recent Skype visit that he had with the boys. So this was far from the peaceful situation that Wendy was trying to sell you. Why was she trying to sell you that? Was she trying to protect her brother? She even told law enforcement at her interview on the day of the murder that she wanted everyone held accountable for this to the fullest extent of the law, unless it was her family. The defense seems to be telling you the litigation between Danny and Wendy was not a very big deal because minimizing the litigation minimizes the motive for the Adelson family to want Dan Markel dead. They even called Wendy's attorney to tell you that relocation was a lost cause. But what she actually said was, yes, I lose most of these motions, but in this case, I actually thought there was a chance because of some of the surrounding circumstances. And I thought, well, maybe they called her to say the divorce was routine, but what she actually said was this case was odd. That was her word, mainly because Dan Markel came after her personally, forcing her to withdraw from the case, which had never happened before. So what her testimony proved was that this was not a routine run-of-the-mill divorce proceeding. It was one of her more difficult cases. And she didn't even have Donna in her ear like the defendant did. So the motive was clearly there. The question then becomes, was the defendant successful in distancing himself from that motive in your eyes as jurors? He says that the litigation had no impact on his life. The emails suggest otherwise. He's included on these texts. He's all over the wiretap, meddling in Wendy's life with Donna. Could the defendant have cared enough about his sister's marital problems to commit murder? Maybe, maybe not. But if he didn't, his mom certainly cared enough for both of them. And she was in his ear all the time. In defendant's own words, you can't have a miserable mom. To illustrate this point, I refer you back to the emails and to that phone call that I played that happened before the bump, where Donna and the defendant are discussing this boyfriend of Wendy's at that time, Dave. This call, along with the call about Wendy taking a particular job, which is also on that same exhibit, I think it states 130, was offered as examples to show you how the dynamics work in this family. Wendy appears to be the weakling of the pack. She needs to be protected. She needs to be helped. She needs to be coddled. She needs to be saved by Donna and the defendant. Donna is the overbearing matriarch who nags everyone to death about whatever it is that's currently on her. I call it the wheel. The wheel's turning all the time, right? And Wendy getting away from Dan Markel and moving to South Florida was number one on the wheel. It was the top priority in 2013 and in 2014. And this defendant fancied himself the savior of this family. Equal parts black sheep and mama's boy, he would often try to help Wendy at Donna's bidding. When a problem was perceived regarding Wendy's love life, aka this breaking up with Dave situation, shouldn't break up with Dave, Dave's a great guy, Donna enlists the defendant to go in and fix it, to solve the problem. When Wendy didn't know what was best for her regarding a job opportunity, Donna sent the defendant to fix it. And the evidence has shown that Dan Markel was a major problem for Wendy, and that meant he was a major problem for Donna, who in turn made Dan Markel a major problem for this defendant. Enter Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to a criminal element, and she presented an opportunity to the defendant to do what he does and solve this problem. On Halloween 2013, the defendant began the process of soliciting Catherine Magbanua to commit murder. Magbanua solicited Garcia. Garcia brought in Rivera. So if the seed of this conspiracy was planted in the spring of 2013, when Donna was looking into converting the kids to Christianity or making this $1 million offer to Dan Markel, it took root that summer when the relocation was denied and the defendant began, quote, looking into all options to solve the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman. And the conspiracy grew further still when Dan Markel filed that motion to preclude Donna from having unsupervised contact with the grandkids, the grandma motion. And as Wendy Adelson relayed to Jeffrey Lacoste just 5 days before the murder, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. This conspiracy spread when the defendant met someone who could actually get this thing done. Someone who was in a position of trust in his life, a person who had connections to the kind of people who, for a price, were willing to point a gun at a complete stranger and pull the trigger. And guess what wasn't a problem once Dan Markel was dead? Relocation. Within a couple days, Wendy and the kids moved to South Florida. She changed the names of Professor Markel's children from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was erased. No more squabbles over kosher diets or visitation schedules. No more death matches over marital assets. No more small town pit stop on the way to nowhere, Tallahassee. No more Dan Markel. And this case may have gone unsolved if not for a few things. Number one was Mr. Geiger. Does anyone other than James Geiger watch out for their neighbors anymore? He heard a loud noise and looked into it because something wasn't right. His observation and description of that Prius was critical to this investigation. It was really the only clue that police had from the crime scene, other than the fact that this appeared to be a targeted hit rather than a robbery attempt. How would law enforcement even start to find a single light-colored Prius? This investigation may have gone nowhere if not for the tireless efforts of law enforcement to cull through all those records you've seen in evidence or heard referenced in this case, including the tower dump, phone records, SunPass records, iFlows, surveillance videos, and so much more, looking for needles in haystacks. And they found a few. One is Garcia's phone number, which was in that tower dump from Premier Jim. And when cross-referenced with all the call detail records of all the Adelson family members, there was a single hit. A call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. An ill-fated attempt to confront who he thought was his baby mama's new boyfriend, but who turned out to be the father of his baby mama's new boyfriend. Then tracking Garcia's cell phone to match, time-wise, a particular SunPass that went through toll plazas at the same time as the phone. That SunPass was identified as being affixed to a particular rental car, Prius, which led to this rental contract bearing the phone numbers of both Luis Rivera and Cifredo Garcia. Although you're not being asked to decide the guilt of anyone on the screen other than this defendant, it's necessary for you to understand the roles that each played in order to understand how it is that Charlie Adelson fits into this conspiracy. Whatever your thoughts about whether or how much these unindicted players are involved, today's not their trial, and you're not going to be asked to decide anything other than in reference to Charlie Adelson. What is alleged is that the defendant solicited Catherine Magbanawat to commit the murder. He conspired with Catherine Magbanawat to commit the murder with her, and that the murder was accomplished with the defendant guilty as a principal because he hired and paid for this heinous work to be done. All right, let's see what happens when we follow the Prius. So following the Prius, as we talked about, leads to the rental contract bearing the name of Luis Rivera and the phone numbers of both he and Garcia. Those two led to Catherine Magbanawat. Catherine Magbanawat led to this defendant. And I want to walk through exactly how we get from this light-colored Prius fleeing the scene to the defendant. Start with Luis Rivera. The defense may seek to discredit his testimony because he's a bad dude. His status as a felon and a gang member are definitely things you should consider when you're weighing his testimony in this case. But please consider that his resume as a bad guy was precisely why he was selected to do this gruesome job. Rivera's gang status made him a more attractive candidate to do this murder with Garcia. In the hot tub in March of 2014, the defendant mentions his connection to a Cuban criminal element. Jeffrey Lacoste reported this within a couple days of the murder when he couldn't have known the ethnicity of the killer. The evidence has shown that the connection the defendant had was through Catherine Magbanawat, and the criminal element was, of course, Garcia and Rivera. And we know that at the time defendant made that statement in the hot tub, the plan to kill Dan Markel was already well in the works. That statement was made just 3 months before the killer's first trip to Tallahassee in June of 2014. The statement reveals that the defendant wasn't scared of Catherine Magbanawat and her associates. To the contrary, he was boastful. He was bragging about it. He was the big man who was going to solve his little sister's problem, make his mom proud, and get away with it because he was thinking of everything. And he later would say and call JJ that nothing was done improper and suggest that no evidence could be available to tie the killers to him or his family. And he was confident enough of this to brag about it in that hot tub setting, which he thought could never come back to him. He was untouchable. Because if push ever really came to shove, who are you going to believe? An oral surgeon or a gang member? He's banking on that. In regards to Rivera's plea deal, the actual only condition of his plea deal is to tell the truth. And what did he tell us? Catherine Magbanawat hired Garcia, and Garcia hired him to do a murder. Why? To help the lady who he understood to be the dentist's sister to get her kids. Aside from fitting with the other evidence in the case, there were a few things that independently corroborated Rivera's testimony. One is that accidental discharge that he told us to place in the rented Prius. This was a fact we didn't know before and were able to confirm upon reinspection of the vehicle. He also told us about the location and timing of the money drop on the morning after the murder at his and Jessica's residence, which was able to be confirmed or corroborated initially by phone records and now also by Catherine Magbanawat's testimony. And of course, the phone records confirm Rivera did come to Tallahassee, not just on the July trip, which we knew about, but also on that first June scouting trip or attempted murder trip. The communication records tell us a few other things too. That's the June trip. July, June. This slide shows all the calls between our parties on the night before the shooters made that June trip to Tallahassee. You can see a 25-minute call from Catherine Magbanawat to the defendant at 9:17 p.m. on June 2nd, 2014. This call was placed while Catherine Magbanawat was consistent with traveling on her way back from Comfort Rental Car, where the first rental car was rented, to her residence. As soon as the defendant hangs up with Katie, he calls his parents' landline and has a 25-minute conversation. On the stand, the defendant was asked about the use of landlines and whether he believed them to be more secure. He testified that on the call he was being asked about at that time, that he was talking about switching over to a landline because he was in a place that had bad reception. if there's bad reception in South Florida at a dental office, what about all the other mentions of using a landline that we hear on the wire? Surely he wasn't in a place with bad reception for all those calls. And why call the parents on the landline? Surely they have reception in their South Beach high-rise. In the 2 years of phone records that were examined in this case, the defendant talks to his parents on the landline 28 times, or 0.07% of the times that he talks to them. So mostly on the cell phone by a large majority. 3 of these 28 times were on the days that the cars were rented to do these trips to Tallahassee. Whether or not that is a coincidence is entirely up to you. After the killers returned from Tallahassee on that first trip, we have a couple text messages of interest. On June 8th, 2014, the defendant indicates he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and Donna indicates, I know you'll come through. Then on July 6th, we've got Wendy Adelson with a location at or near her parents' place when she texts Dan Markel and confirms he's going to be in town for his own murder. This slide depicts the night before the second trip. We know Catherine Magbanowa and the defendant are together that evening at her place. He departs between 12:42 and 1 a.m. And then after the defendant departs Catherine Magbanowa's residence, we've got Catherine Magbanowa calling Sigfredo Garcia. So within minutes of the defendant leaving, she calls Garcia. She talks to Garcia several more times into the wee hours of that night, the last one being at 1:56 a.m. And then at 9 a.m. the next morning, Garcia calls the rental car place. Once the Prius is rented, the second trip begins. The Prius is rented at 6:15 p.m. on July 15th, 2014. There are several calls between our parties on the day that the Prius is rented. So we just talked about the night before the Prius was rented. On the day the Prius was rented, we got these 2 calls, several calls, including these 2 calls from the defendant to his parents' landline. Garcia and Rivera then depart for Tallahassee July 16th, about 2 p.m., and arrive in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. Although this trip was only about 36 hours from the time they left Miami to the time they returned, there were 12 phone events between the defendant and Catherine Magbanowa during that time, and there were 4 phone events between the defendant and Donna Adelson during that time frame, including late into the night on the night before the murder. On July 17th, Magbanowa relayed to the shooters that this murder had to be done that day because the victim was scheduled to leave town the next day. And we confirmed that Dan Markel was in fact scheduled to leave for New York City the next morning on July 19th. It's hard to imagine how Luis Rivera could have obtained this information, if not in that pattern that we consistently observe in this case. Defendant to Magbanowa, to Garcia, to Rivera, and back the other way. Certainly you're not really to believe that the killers divined this information from the professor's log. That's not reasonable. Wendy offered that Danny sometimes put his travel information on Facebook, but you learned from Agent Sanford that there was no information about this particular trip on Danny's Facebook, so they didn't get it from there. This is because, as Rivera and Magbanowa both told you, this information came in the form of that letter from defendant through Catherine Magbanowa. How would these 2 hitmen even know where to go or who to kill if they hadn't been given any kind of instruction? Catherine Magbanowa said she knew the plan was to kill Wendy's ex, but she never knew his full name until after he was killed. She did, however, deliver that envelope that the defendant put in her diaper bag to Sigfredo Garcia. The paper she knew contained the instructions for the murder. Defendant advised Catherine Magbanowa that she should not touch the envelope or open it, as he had taken precaution to ensure that his prints and DNA would not be on it, that it would be untraceable to him, and she should do the same. She was to deliver the envelope to Garcia, and that's what she did. This is corroborated by Rivera, who says Garcia had a paper with him on the first trip, and it contained a picture of Dan Markel and a printed address. On the day of the murder, we have communications between our parties as listed here, with the red line representing the time of the murder. This flurry of calls between our persons of interest demonstrates the usual call pattern that we're seeing. Donna to the defendant, to Catherine Magbanowa, to Garcia, and back. We have Wendy getting a text message on the day of the murder about her TV repair appointment from her mother, Donna Adelson. It indicates that Best Buy is on their way over to help you with the TV sets in your living room. Maybe she didn't remember which TV was broken. At 8:20, on the day of the murder, Wendy texts the defendant, "This is so sweet." That text was deleted. What does it mean? At 9:19 a.m., there's a phone call between Wendy Adelson and this defendant that lasts about, 30 minutes? No. Like 18 minutes. So this is about 30 minutes before the murder when they hang up. They say they were discussing this TV that was not repairable. The TV that he gave her as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Only you guys can assess if you think that might just be a coincidence and nothing more. The Prius is at premiere at 9:16 a.m. The last phone communication between Garcia and Rivera is at 9:16. Afterwards, the phones turn off, consistent with what Rivera told you. We turned our phones off because we knew we were about to commit the murder. And they don't pop back up until, I think, about 12:30. The bus video catches them turning onto Benton Road to do the murder at 10:51 a.m., whereby they pull up right behind Professor Markel in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out of the Prius, approaches the driver's window, pointed his gun, and fired. Dan Markel raised his arm to protect himself, but it was no use. Professor Markel was executed at close range, whereby Garcia got back in the Prius and Rivera drove them away. Markel was left there to suffer and die. If not for James Geiger, there's no telling how many hours he might have suffered there alone and unaided. He fought for his life for 14 long hours before he finally succumbed to his injuries. The autopsy confirmed that he was shot twice at close range with a .38 caliber revolver, consistent with what Rivera said they brought as the murder weapon. Next, he was stripped, x-rayed, photographed, and dissected because he had become a piece of evidence. When Garcia and Rivera get back on the road, they're on a second bus video, leaving town at 10:55. That narrows the time of the shooting down to a 4-minute window between 10:51 when they're seen turning on to Benton and 10:55 when they're caught fleeing the scene. And then we've got the 911 call from Mr. Geiger at 11:01 a.m. The first phone call that either Garcia or Rivera make after turning off their phones to do the murder. So first call after that is at 12:30, and it's Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Magbanua assures them that they'll get their money the next day. This is the same time frame, roughly, that Wendy Adelson was visiting the crime scene. Wendy indicated that she went to turn onto Trescott from Centerville Road, observed a roadblock, and then turned around. But we learned that what she said happened could not have happened. Instead, the roadblock was all the way down here by the blue dot, I've got two blue dots. The one at the top left of the page there is where the roadblock was, that yellow line, 3 to 5 houses down from the scene. Trescott and Centerville is all the way down where the other yellow bar is. Visible from the roadblock that she approached and was observed doing so by Officer Brannon were multiple law enforcement vehicles, marked vehicles. There was crime scene tape up. There was a marked vehicle with an officer stationed at the perimeter. It was visible from that position that there was something going on at her kid's house, the house where they lived with their father. And what did Wendy Adelson do upon encountering this roadblock and observing that the police were present on the street where her kids lived? She turned around and proceeded to the liquor store to pick up her bullet bourbon. And the defendant says, well, this is another coincidence because she was asked to bring it to a party. Well, maybe. But the timing of the purchase and the fact that she went out of her way to go by the crime scene on her way to get the bullet bourbon should raise an eyebrow. But it's what she didn't do that's even more suspicious. She didn't ask Officer Brannon, hey, what's going on? She didn't call Danny. She didn't call the police to make any inquiries, or even the daycare to make sure her kids made it there that morning. Remember, Danny had her kids. She didn't even call the daycare. Meanwhile, our shooters are headed back to Miami. They pop up on an ATM camera at 6:45 p.m. in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And then both of their phones are consistent with being at Rivera's residence as of about 7 p.m. that night. At 8:23 p.m., Catherine Magbanua and the defendant make plans to meet up at his house. At 9 p.m., Donna texts the defendant, "Outside your house," to which he responds, 10 men. He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee and that they weren't meeting up. But Catherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at the defendant's house, the defendant advised her that his parents had just been there, and then he thought his mom had physically washed the money, which was damp when Catherine Magbanua received it. Magbanua finds the defendant to be carrying his gun around and in a frantic state. About the time that these two are meeting up at the defendant's house to do the money exchange, Dan Markel is pronounced dead at TMH. So he says he's going to be about 10 minutes out. Here he is hitting at home at 9:40 p.m. At 9:46, we see Catherine Magbanua, consistent with being at Rivera's residence, and then consistent with heading toward the defendant's residence. She turns her phone off, and it stays off for 11 hours. When Magbanua's phone pops back up, it's 9:44 a.m. on Saturday morning, and she's headed back from the defendant's house, or the direction of his house, toward Rivera's residence. That's the money drop location. These phones are consistent with a meeting at 10:30 at Rivera's, which is the time, date, and place that he advised us he received his money from Magbanua. At 12:13 p.m., the defendant reaches out to Magbanua. Defendant, headed to the gym. Are you taking the kids to the beach? It's so nice. Magbanua, it's beautiful, probably the pool. Defendant, nice, have fun. Ethan must be happy. This is what he's texting Magbanua within hours of her leaving with all the money in his safe. All of the money that he stared at and loved on since he was a child. And he wants to know if she's going to the pool. This might be a good time to remind you that the jury room is not a place to check your common sense. We want you to bring it in there. You have heard two wildly different versions of how this thing went down, and they can't both be right. I mean, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods. You were selected with the belief that you would be able to cut through the garbage and make sense of the evidence in this case and render a verdict that speaks the truth. A major problem for the defense theory is the idea that the defendant and Magbanua broke up after the murder, but then grew closer together over the next 2 years as she was collecting his monthly extortion payments. This is one of the more unreasonable parts of the defendant's testimony, or well, it's definitely in the top 4, along with Latin King extortion payment plans, hitmen that hire themselves to kill someone that their intended future extortion victim hates, and most unreasonable of all is probably that Charlie Adelson, the guy that talks so tough in a hot tub about his unsavory connections, an arrogant man of extraordinary resources, a prize fighter of verbosity, would just lay down and take this in silence. Let's review some of these love texts.
A prize fighter of verbosity. Did you guys pick up on that? That was great. That was great. Okay, I'll go back.
We've got that one. Then we've got July 22nd. They're talking about the weather. They're talking about prescription shampoo. On October 6th, the defendant says, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as a part of my life." What? Lucky? Lucky. He says, "I love you" again on 2/24/15. According to him, he's now been making payments for 7 months. He's had her on the payroll for 6 months. No Latin Kings have contacted him in any way about collecting his outstanding debt of $195,000. Yet he continues to pay and love on Catherine Magbanua without reservation and without the slightest suspicion that she might be in on this, and without the slightest concern for helping solve the murder of who killed his brother-in-law. Defendant says he believed Catherine Magbanua wasn't taking any of the money even after he put her on the payroll. The checks are going to her because she seemed broke. Defendant's explanation for all the love texts with Catherine McBanoa is that he felt sorry for her. He felt she was in the same position that he was in, being manipulated in the same way that he was. But the fact remains, folks, that she's taking his money. She's connected to the guy that's extorting him. She's connected to the guy that killed his brother-in-law. It defies logic that he would then proceed to grow closer with her. But he has to say that because he can't, there's no other way around these texts. It also defies reason based on what we know of this man, that he would take her for her word and just empty his safe into her purse and then keep paying, presumably forever, without asking any questions, talking about it all, or reporting anything to the police. McBanoa began getting checks from Adelson Institute 2 months after Markel's murder, and she continued receiving checks from that time frame up until the bump. The checks stopped happening at the time of the bump, and you should be asking yourself what that means. Why did the checks stop happening? Well, you would reasonably figure they stopped happening because the parties got spooked, because law enforcement, they suspected the bump could be law enforcement might be getting closer, take her off the payroll. If defendant was being extorted, as he told you on the witness stand, why would the payment stop? Why would the extortionist care if other extortionists had jumped on the bandwagon? Why would the bump impact the defendant's existing obligations to the original Latin Kings? The defendant said he put her on the payroll at Adelson Institute at her request to help her get insurance for her kids, with the understanding that the money was being funneled through her to someone else and she wasn't actually getting any of the proceeds. She was just going to use that paycheck to assist her with getting subsidized housing or insurance, I think it was, for her kids. But you can see from this slide, which is dated June 24th, 2014, that she's texting him about getting on the payroll prior to this alleged first extortion effort. He says no problem at that time. This is between the first and second trips. She's asking to be on the payroll. So the explanation from defendant about why she's on the payroll does not fit with the other evidence in this case. So we've got all this evidence that points to the defendant. The motive points to him. When we follow the money, it leads to him. The Prius eventually leads back to him through these conspirators. And each time we have a big event in this case, we see these call flurries where all the parties are calling each other in that structure that I talked about. It goes from this one to this one to this one. But as the defense points out, these folks had independent relationships with each other that could explain those communication patterns. So without knowing the content, how could we know if they're really talking about the murder or if these call flurries around these key events are just a coincidence? A conspiracy can be shaped like a cluster with everybody talking to everybody. It can be shaped like a wheel with one central hub talking to all the different spokes. Or it can be shaped like a train car, which is what we have here, where one person talks to only the car in front of them and the car behind them. Law enforcement was asking these same questions. How is this conspiracy shaped? How does it work? How does information flow through it? What are different parties' relative roles within a conspiracy? And the wiretap and bump were designed to answer those questions. Did you notice that Donna Adelson, see how the paper is folded in half? She didn't even look at the paper before she put it in her purse. She didn't think this was a process server. She knew exactly what it was the moment this man approached. And then she just goes about her business. Does she give law enforcement this valuable information that could be used to solve the brutal murder of her son-in-law? I mean, this guy that approached her obviously knows something about who killed Dan Markel, right? So surely she went straight to the cops. Nope. Instead, she goes straight to this defendant, who goes straight to Catherine McBanoa, who goes straight to Sigfredo Garcia. In that first call after the bump, Donna says she doesn't want to talk on the phone, but defendant can't leave it alone. He asks, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably the both of us. Probably both of us. He says, what's that? Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't say, no, I have no general idea what you're talking about. He says, all right. He absolutely does have a general idea what she's talking about. And if they were innocent, as the defendant has claimed, and this was in fact a second extortion attempt, there is not a reason in the world why they wouldn't just say that. I got approached by another one. One came and paid me a visit today. It's happening again. In call B, the defendant asked Donna to take a picture of the bump letter and send it to him, and she refuses. Why? Are the Latin Kings going to see the text? Do you think someone is trying to blackmail you? Maybe. Could be. I don't know. No. That's crazy. That's his response. I'm not adding the emphasis on that syllable. He says it like that. That's crazy. How is it crazy? You're already being extorted by Lion King members. Remember, doctor? Because he hadn't come up with that part yet. In call C, defendant calls back again to tell Donna not to talk about things in the apartment or any place. Why? Why? The Lion Kings aren't in there. And she doesn't ask why, because it's obvious. She says, oh, obviously. Why? Because they might be under surveillance? Well, who cares if they have nothing to hide? Here we see the first use of code on the wire. People don't talk in code if they've done nothing wrong. People do not talk in code if they haven't done anything wrong. Defendant knows, he knows that fact, and that's why he told you we didn't talk in code on the wire. We spoke carefully. What does that mean? Careful of what? Defendant also told you under oath that he regrets that his mom randomly used the word TV in this call as part of her careful talk. The defendant got Wendy Adelson a TV as a divorce present as a cheaper alternative to hiring a hitman. Dan Markel was killed by a hitman. Then the same TV is Wendy's alibi for the murder, a service appointment that her mother set up for her from South Florida. And then on the wire, Donna says, quote, this TV is going to cost about $5. Does the defendant say, what TV? What are you talking about, since you inserted a random object into this careful talk conversation? No, he doesn't need to ask what TV, because he knows exactly what she's talking about, and he ferrets it back. They asked you for $5,000? The defendant has advised you that this TV stuff is a coincidence. Is it a coincidence, or is it obvious they're referring to their conspiracy in this murder? Only you can decide which explanation is credible. The players in this case are smart. They've given a lot of thought to their preparations before this and to their explanations after. We know the seed was planted in early 2013, and it took over 1 year to come to fruition. And they really thought of almost everything. A clever TV-related alibi for Wendy, a frame job for Lacoste, and they insulated themselves by hiring Catherine McDaniel as a middleman, walling themselves off like those train cars, only communicating with the one in front and the one behind, and having no connection to the one further down the line. It's also important to note that in these first few calls, A, B, and C, that Donna Adelson describes the bump to the defendant, and she says the person that approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend, but she does not say the name Katie or Catherine. Then, with only this very limited information, defendant calls only one of his many ex-girlfriends, Catherine McDaniel. In call D, defendant tells McDaniel that he thinks that this undercover, the would-be extortionist, said her name. We know this is true. The undercover did say Katie, but Donna had not yet told the defendant that. They only communicated in calls A, B, and C. And the only communication on those calls was that the person mentioned ex-girlfriend. On the wire, the defendant says he just called Katie, Catherine McDaniel, because she was his most recent ex-girlfriend. Well, we know that's not true, because there's at least one woman that defendant will admit meets that definition between McDaniel and the bump, and that's Whitney Kick. On the stand, he told you all that you might not be the right Katie conversation. There's several mentions that, yo, I'm not sure you're the right Katie. I apologize. I'll feel stupid if you're not the right Katie. That was designed to reassure her that he was not setting her up. Once defendant meets with his mother and gets the details and the paper with the undercover's phone number, he meets up with Catherine McDaniel at Dolce Vita. If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Does that sound like an innocent man? Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Talking about what? The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder. And if you don't have any, then there's nothing to not talk about. The cops aren't going to be doing a wiretap to investigate him getting extorted, which he hasn't even reported to law enforcement. So, not talk about what? Defendant discusses how he's going to start arming himself and is prepared to shoot. He told you under oath from the stand that he was being threatened and extorted by gang members for 2 years at the time that this recording was made. And now he's just starting to think about carrying a gun? Does this sound like a man that's been living in fear for 2 years? Does this sound like a guy who lays down and takes his lumps without question when threatened? Someone comes up to me asking for money in my house? He says that. Lines 23 and 24 on the top there. He says this as if it's a preposterous proposition that somebody would just walk into his house and demand money. Isn't that what happened to you? How is that preposterous? But wait, what changed? On the next page, he says, yeah, and when guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. This is the same man who took the witness stand and swore under oath that he was a victim in this case and that he had been too paralyzed by fear of gang members to come forward and report his victimization. Dr. Adelson on this recording is the real Dr. Adelson. On the stand, he was so controlled, so knowledgeable about his case, so practiced. But there is no way to explain away his statements on this recording. When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant in action in his role as fixer, the problem solver. He's working those phones, trying to get Katie to investigate the bump and find out if it's legitimate or not, and also trying to reassure Donna that it's just the cops fishing and it's nothing to worry about. The bump is an actual recorded example of how this defendant acts when he is threatened by a purported extortionist. And how he acts is the complete opposite of how he's telling y'all he acted in the first extortion. Number one, he does not stay quiet about the bump. He talks about it a lot. There are multiple calls with Donna and Katie discussing the bump and what the next step should be. 2, he takes action. There are multiple in-person meetings with his mom and with Katie and eventually with his dad too about the bump and what to do about it. 3, he investigates the bump. He asks questions. He enlists Magbanawah to find out who this is. He talks a lot about his concerns that this will not be just a one-time payment, but could turn into some ongoing problem. And 4, he doesn't take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if these people think they can threaten his family and get away with it. He suggests that the problem might require an additional murder. Quote, if he can't do it, I'll find someone else that can. Number 5, he's suspicious. He does not blindly accept the representations of this purported blackmailer that approached his mother. It's clear from the Dolce meeting that he doesn't fully trust Katie. He certainly doesn't trust this purported blackmailer that bumped into his mom. The person that represented themselves, the person that approached his mom represented himself as a Latin King gang member, right? I'm a brother of this guy that I met in Broward or whatever. And he's demanding money from her. Yet the defendant does not take his word for it that he's a gang member. He's not so in fear for his mother's life that he opens the safe and gets $5 grand more out and gives it to Katie. A pittance compared to the amount he's telling you he handed out to the first layer of extortion. Number 6, he doesn't pay. He doesn't bring the $5 grand to Dolce and give it to Katie and say, go pay it. Because that's what I do when I threaten I pay. He doesn't pay, he doesn't ever pay. And it's only $5 grand. Instead, he analyzes and thinks through and talks about every possible scenario. Defendant says it's one of 2 things or one of 2 scenarios. 1 being the cops, 2 being someone actually trying to blackmail his family about this murder. According to him now, he's been blackmailed for 2 years. And he's talking to Catherine Magbanawah. He's talking to the person that's been collecting his money all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge the first extortion in the Dolce Vita meeting. Why not? Oh, because she asked me not to talk about it. Well, times have changed. There's a second extortion effort now, and they're approaching my mother. You think I'm not going to mention the first extortion? Your people have been running their mouths, and now they've tracked down my mother. You need to go get this under control. Nothing like that. Next in the Dolce recording, defendant begins to explain how to prove a crime. The police have to put the person at the scene, not just in the car. He's reassuring her that even if we, law enforcement, can tie her or the shooters to the Prius, that we'll never be able to charge them. Because they didn't come to Tallahassee, they didn't shoot anyone, they didn't do anything wrong, and therefore they can't be held accountable. But that is not the law as the judge has instructed you. Everyone who wanted this done and did some act toward accomplishing it is guilty as the one that pulled the trigger. He's also telling her that even if Rivera has run his mouth to this would-be extortionist, his word alone, that, hey, if he goes to the cops and says, starts singing, and says, hey, Rivera told me he did this murder, that's not going to be enough. Basically, I can't use the word hearsay, but that's not going to be enough to proceed on an arrest in this case. This person knows information. So Katie, they'll be back. Whoever it is knows information. Information about what? You had nothing to do with it. Remember that, doctor? You've been extorted and that hasn't been reported. What information do they have? You mean information that could be used to solve the murder of your former brother-in-law? If so, why wouldn't you want those people to go to the cops? Why wouldn't you want them to come forward with that information? Then the guilty parties will be held accountable. Your extortionist will be jailed without you having to do or risk anything. Next defendant talks about what will happen if the would-be extortionist, undercover, is picked up by law enforcement. Next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. As soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out, and then there's going to be police at your door and at my door. If you're innocent of this murder, why are you worried about the extortionist telling law enforcement whatever it is he knows about the murder of Dan Markel? Defendant says he wants to pay the money. Got ahead of myself. He wants to pay the money, but he's explaining to her the problem with paying is that people might keep coming back or tell their friends who will jump on board as well. He's explaining to her the problems with paying a potential extortionist. What he doesn't say, which is what you would expect if he'd been getting extorted for 2 years, is Garcia or whoever you've been giving my money to has obviously been running their mouths and now they are messing with my mother. Next, he gives instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on. Only use the words help and charity. This isn't the guy described in this first extortion who just rolled over when threatened. He's in control. He's giving the orders. He's giving instructions. Why would you have to give instructions to a blackmailer about how to handle a blackmailer? Next, the defendant says, now he's fucking with his wife and he's fucking with him and you fuck with the king himself, you better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Defendant testified that this means the only way to stop Garcia is to kill him. He's not talking about killing him. He's just saying he's a really bad dude, and that's the only way to kill him. The evidence shows that he's saying if Garcia can't handle the undercover, he'll get somebody else to do it. He says, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. Defendant and I went back and forth on the stand about what Nazi shit might include, and I think we ultimately agreed that that would be killing. And then he says, I don't care what I have to spend. If you're struggling to figure out who this man is, that's a good clue right there. He's going to buy a solution to this problem exactly how he paid for a solution to the problem of Danny Markel. Here he wants to know if Garcia has any bad feelings toward him, meaning, is Garcia willing to look into this and handle this for me? Or does he still hate me because I used to date you? If defendant had really been getting extorted all along, surely he'd say something like, I've been paying all this money, I've been compliant with everything. Can you get him to look into this and figure this out? Katie, I'll go to the moon and back for you. Why? Because she did something big for him, and he's going to be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Not because he feels sorry for her, not because she's his protector. He's the protector. He'll go to the moon and back for her because they're neck deep in this conspiracy together. Somebody messes with her, they mess with him. Somebody messes with him, they're messing with her. It's the same thing. Here he's demonstrating an understanding of, a rational understanding of how blackmail works. His example is that you could blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife, meaning you blackmail someone that you have dirt on. You don't go kill somebody and then go up to an innocent person and say, I killed your brother-in-law, give me money. At the end of the conversation, defendant says, you know who this is coming from? Inside. And then I don't have a slide for this, but he goes on to talk about what he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit. He accused her of trying to shake him down. So she's trying to extort him. And it states that he would never pay her a dime. In fact, I'm going to get attorney's fees. He's a guy with considerable resources, and he's not a shrinking violet. He is not afraid to use those resources to his advantage. If some street thug was trying to push him around, do you think he'd lay down and take that without doing one thing about it? This slide is a composite of some of the occasions defendant mentions the option of going to the police. And these quotes are specifically in reference to him saying, if you're threatened, you go to the police. If you're threatened, you go to the police. And he has done that before, but he did not go to the police in this case. He didn't go to the police in 2014, not out of fear, as he would have you believe, but because he did this crime. He believed he had gotten away with this crime. He didn't go in 2015 because he was busy that year having the best year of his life. Financially, got in a serious relationship with a new girl, Judy, cruised the intercoastal in his boat. This dude had solved the problem. Everyone was happy. Wendy and the boys were back in South Florida where they belonged. Mom was happy. He was making money hand over fist. June described the beginning of their relationship. June Umchinda described the beginning of her relationship with this defendant in October of 15 as a fairy tale. He is not sweating anything, folks. And that continued until the time of the bump in this case in April 2016, whereby the defendant became agitated, angry, and anxious. This was before the report concerning him was leaked. At the time of the bump, his behavior changed noticeably. June noticed it, and Ryan Fitzpatrick noticed it as well. He was erratic. Now, why on earth would he be more stressed out after his extortionists were arrested? He seemed perfectly fine to these witnesses when he would have you believe he was in fear for his life. And then he further told you that he was more nervous after the arrest because he feared he'd be falsely arrested. Why? You didn't do anything wrong, you're not gonna get arrested. Now, yeah, after the report gets leaked, okay, but why are you so nervous before that? Or were you a hot mess because you knew that we were getting closer? Here's Catherine McDaniel and the defendant discussing if the undercover could be someone who's trying to be an informant. An informant for what, if not the death of Dan Markel? He's not going to be an informant on the defendant getting extorted, a crime he has not reported. Here they're talking about whether the undercover is getting his information from the inside or the outside. The inside means someone within the murder.
It was just reported to me that we have a verdict. I hope it's true.
Ooh, did they give it time?
Well, if they're reporting it, who's in the courtroom? Katie, Georgia? I hope this is accurate because I didn't look at the time where we left off. But I'm not surprised if this is true, but we're going to go ahead and watch. That's what we're here for. Right? I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps.
Oh, Brandy's in the courtroom.
Oh, Brandy is.
Can
I
we-
thought you meant. Well, I'll tell you something. If we have a verdict this quickly, we know what that likely means. It could also be a question. Why does she think it's a verdict and not just a juror question?
verdict reached.
Yeah. Okay.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna pour myself a drink.
If I wasn't at work, right now I'm drinking ginger ale, but if I wasn't at work, this ginger ale would have something in it.
OMG. OMG.
Yes.
Gotta go.
Verdict.
Oh my God.
Yeah, verdict.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking of opening my bottle of absinthe, but I don't want to get that wasted. Just going to have a little sip here. It's only the afternoon here. I
Yeah,
don't drink
everyone is
very,
saying verdict.
I don't drink
So-
very much. OMG, you guys.
There's a
I-
verdict. Verdict reached. Like everything on my Twitter is going crazy. Verdict.
Yep.
Verdict.
Yep. Okay, well, share this with your friends. Bring them over. This is, whoo. I'm hyperventilating.
We're pretty sure that we know what this will be.
We're pretty sure, yes. Oh. Ugh, okay. I just got some bad family news.
Oh no.
Well,
It doesn't give a time though. Dawn, it just says verdict reached.
well, they just have to pull everybody in. They're not going to give a time. They're not going to. It's going to be announced tonight. They're not going to keep the jury overnight, right?
Right. But sometimes they'll say, it'll be read in an hour, or it'll be, they give a time frame.
Right. Well, if they say that, the judge would probably come in and say it. It's for real, kids. It's for real. Thank you all for being here and holding my hand. My gosh. It's my aunt, Katie, my mom's sister. She only has one sister. She's going into hospice right now. She saw her yesterday. My mom's not doing that great. Looks like the camera's moving at the courthouse. Somebody just bumped it. So there's something going on in there. DMB, what clock are you talking about? The clock is still running. Yeah, there's movement in the courthouse. I'm going to shut this one. Yes, verdict, Claudia. We're waiting for the verdict. It has been reached. It's been announced broadly. Could be wrong, but it has been announced. Court TV is reporting not guilty. Oh, God. I really need a drink then.
Yeah, I don't know how they could be reporting that when it hasn't been read.
Well, and anybody can say anything. That's fine. No society page. You have to be here, please. Don't fall asleep now. Yeah, we're tired. We're tired. How is this possible? What are you saying, that it's so quickly? Thank you, Seagate. I'm more concerned about my mom, but she's been doing poorly, and my mom got to see her yesterday. I think she's heading over there now. My sister.
Wait a minute.
Nancy Grace. Okay, here we
Everyone
go.
can be seated.
Here we go. Can everybody hear?
Yes.
They still bring up Mr. Adelson.
We'll see if this
All
works
right,
for
for
us.
everyone in the gallery, once the verdict is read, if there can please be no expressions either of shock or anger, please have no reaction at all. We're going to thank the jury for their service, and then they'll be dismissed. But again, it's very important not to either praise them or be negative concerning whatever the outcome of this is going to be. If you don't think you can control yourself, please step outside now so it does not become an issue.
I feel the same way, Sharon. Julia, full body chills here. Full body. Yeah. Dana, Society page. Yep, here we go. I feel, oh gosh. Oh, don't worry. Charlie will be brought in. He's sitting in his little holding cell. Or they might probably brought him back to jail. A couple people have reported not guilty. Is what they're saying, but I don't know. Let's see. See what happens.
But how is that even possible to report that when it hasn't even been read yet?
Yep, we're holding hands. Let's all hold hands. I
mean, unless someone in the jury let them know directly, called Nancy Grace and said, hey, this is what our vote is.
Well, the lawyers might have been told, but I kind of doubt it.
Oh, one guy keeps saying not guilty. He doesn't know. Okay. But, okay.
I'm just going to wait and see what they say, just like we waited for the trial. We're waiting for the jury now. Yes, Katie, usually. If it came back that fast as a not guilty, that would be really a slap in the face to the prosecution. That would be harsh. Here we go. He's got cuffs on this time. This is the first time he brought him out. He's in cuffs. Charlie is in cuffs.
But they take them off, I believe.
He hasn't been brought in with cuffs on at all throughout the trial. At all.
Oh,
he's crying.
Oh, he's crying. Why is he crying?
Well, I mean, I don't feel good about seeing anybody suffer like this, but I mean, I don't take pleasure in this, but I want them to come to the right decision, and I hope they did. The right decision.
Judy. Yes, Judy, he was cuffed.
He's cuffed.
Agree, society. Dan suffered a lot more.
Oh, I agree. It makes me sick, but I don't. Yep. Thank you, lady. No, we don't hate on anyone in this channel.
Jury comes in, remain seated. Everyone else, please rise.
You guys. Oh. Everyone else, that includes you, doofus. He's not going to rise.
Everyone but the foreperson can be seated.
He didn't rise for the jury.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you please could hand the verdict form to the bailiff.
He did not rise for the jury. You guys are so
The
funny.
verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count one. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Brazos, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
It was.
Juror Gardner, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Strawn, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Kraft, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Milne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Hawley, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Thorne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Brim, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Williams, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Douglas, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Platt, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you one last brief instruction, and from here, you will be discharged from your service. On behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I'm also going to advise you of some special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain a private affair for as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you concerning the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial if you desire. You also have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with this decision. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. We give you our sincere thanks for the work that you have performed over this 2-week trial. You are discharged. Have a wonderful evening. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you are going to be remanded pending sentencing at this time. Does the defense wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report prepared as to counts 2 and 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will order that the pre-sentence investigation be prepared by the Department of Corrections. Believe it will take possibly a month. I'm not sure if it will take longer than that. From there, will the parties be prepared to move into sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have a moment to confer with the family?
If they wish to make any impact statements tonight,
Yes, sir.
go ahead.
Oh, tonight. My cat is meowing. She's happy. It's up there meowing. Yes, Tashi. We got a guilty. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Tracy, does mine?
Prepared to present victim impact tonight, but as you know, the family members have traveled a great distance, so we're hoping Your Honor will permit them to appear and make those statements by Zoom whenever we're reconvening for sentencing.
That will be permitted. Anyone who wishes to provide testimony for the sentencing portion may do so over Zoom. I believe this does not implicate any right of confrontation unless the defense has something to raise concerning that matter.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. We are in recess at this point. Oh, yes. We are going to wait until jurors have vacated the courthouse, and from there, everyone will be dismissed. Let's go ahead and set a case management date as a status. This will ensure that we have the PSI in place. That will be on December 12th at 2:30 in the afternoon. If everything is prepared, we can go ahead and have the final disposition on that day as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
You guys are going to make me cry. I'm trying not to. Oh. Excuse me.
That's reality is setting in for him.
Excuse me. I just keep thinking about Donna, the Adelson's parenting, that this child, when he was a child, wasn't corrected. They embraced his he was a troublemaker even in grade school by all accounts. And instead of helping him, they encouraged him in his nastiness,
Well, they groomed him.
You might even say that. I mean, from all appearances, we don't know, but he's gotten away with absolutely everything. And not only gotten away with, but encouraged to do these types of things. And I mean, if you don't correct your child, this is what happens. He had every opportunity to just enjoy a good life. And he was pretty much a deviant. And that doesn't make me happy. It makes me sad that, he was never reformed. And this is how it ended. And poor Dan Markel marrying into this family, thinking he was marrying a nice Jewish girl, it's crazy, but it can happen. Excuse me.
Well, and I believe from reports that have come out, they have enabled him his whole life. I think there was, and I think it was on ML's channel that someone said, in order to help him out with some other scam or something that he was trying to pull while in college, the parents set up like an entire gym in his apartment, so he didn't have to leave because he was trying to fake some kind of injury or something. I mean, there's a lot.
Yeah, there's so much. And Jeffrey Lacasse alluded to that quite a bit in his police interviews. He knew about his childhood and that kind of thing. Looked like he was going to cry when he came in, but he did hold it together.
Yeah, Rashbaum said something to him.
Probably, oh, we'll appeal this, something along those lines.
He shouldn't have testified.
Well, that was his only defense. I mean, he had to testify if they were going to go with that defense. Bilge pump. Justice was not served. Please elaborate. Always good to hear people's opinions. You guys, there's too many comments. Okay, let me go back. I'm just sort of like working in slow motion now. I'm going to keep this feed going as long as there's a feed from the courtroom. Yes, Dan.
Have a good night, everyone.
Dan was known to love his children very much. That will never be true justice. The only true justice would Dan not be killed. It's nice to see him in cuffs finally.
Yeah, every time I've seen him roll, when Dawn, because it's hitting him.
Now the fingerprints.
Yeah.
Now he's a convicted murderer. Before he was the defendant.
For us, it's early when his trial. Well, when the court starts, so I never see him in handcuffs. So when I turn on the TV or whatnot, he's already sitting down.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not had cuffs on. He's been writing notes and whatnot. There's Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Wow.
Carl is tall.
I think that was Karen Cyphers that he just gave a little hug to, if I'm not mistaken. I couldn't really see.
Yeah, I think so.
She's done the best articles. Be looking for hers tonight. Yeah, the boys are still with Donna and Wendy. Yeah, I think it was Karen. Yeah, he is now a felon. Murder.
He is a convicted
He'll have
murderer.
his license pulled away from him right away as a further indignity. Not that it's going to matter in prison whether he's got but yeah, he just said goodbye to his entire life. What a waste.
Big fall from grace.
What a waste. Right. I think, this defense would have been better off to go instead of concoct this story. But it's my impression that the Adelsons insisted on this because they were trying to get all of the shadow off of the whole family.
Mm-hmm.
They felt like this is the only way to do it. Otherwise, the defense could have not done this. Charlie could have not testified, and they could have just gone after the investigation and the fact that it was 6 years before he was arrested. And quite frankly, I felt like that was a big flaw in the prosecution's case, but they didn't hardly touch it because they went with this crazy story instead. Yeah, the verdict came in very fast. All 3 counts. Demi is French-Irish. I'm so trying to catch up with all this. Yeah. The verdict came in about 10 minutes ago. We can play it again if you want. Should we play it again? Let's do.
Sure. It's a moment I'll never get tired of watching.
All right. Yeah, let's watch it again.
Oh, did you see Kate Myers give him a hug?
Once the
No, I was
verdict
doing
is
I was doing the controls. Okay. There's no way it was not guilty with that short amount of time. That would have been
Right.
quite hard to believe. So I wasn't buying into that. Somebody said Nancy Grace. I think they were joking about the Nancy Grace thing.
Nancy Grace
because she
in
was
court
brought
TV.
Well, because she was brought up on.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I don't think she's on, because she didn't say she was on court TV today. I don't know. Here we go again. We need to see this twice because we're all in shock.
everyone can be seated.
We need it twice.
I think I'm gonna.
They still bring up Mr.
Yo.
Adelson. All right, for everyone in the gallery, once the verdict is read, if there can please be no expressions either of shock or anger, please have no reaction at all.
I don't think anyone there
We're
is
going
angry.
to thank the jury for their service, and then they'll be dismissed.
Is his
But
girlfriend
again,
there?
very
Mama,
important
mama
not
baby?
to either
You
praise
know-
them or
That was her. I don't see her.
be negative concerning whatever the outcome of this is going to be. If you don't think you can control yourself, please step outside now. It does not become an issue.
I can't. I can't control myself. There's Mentor. I'm so glad he was in Ladybug. I'm so glad they were there to see this. He really has ushered this case into so many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Me, for one, I wouldn't have known about this case if it weren't for him.
Really?
Yeah, I was one of his followers when he was like under 100 people. And I was like, what's he doing? Like, okay, I'm just going to see. Let's go along for the ride. And he put the Wendy interrogation video up years ago. And I was like, what's this? And I watched it. And I kind of, didn't know what I was really even paying that much attention to back then. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's worked really, really hard.
Yeah, Mentor is the OG. 100%.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves so much credit.
He could pop on here. I gave him the link. I doubt if he will, but the audience over there wanted me to do the verdict watch with him, and he wanted that. But I sent him an email and said, look, this is a big day for you, and don't worry about me. Like, yeah, it means a lot to him. It means a lot. Yeah, he's there and he's got his own channel, and so it's okay. That's why I just went live. He said, you do your thing. We'll see how it works out. And I think we're going to maybe do it. We have a couple different ideas of a show to do. So, wow, this is just, wow, the feelings I have. I don't even know how to put words on them. It's kind of like, ugh, and it's sad. It's just so sad. Nothing's going to bring a murdered man back. Nothing is going to bring him back.
I asked, I text Carl Steinbeck and I said, how weird does it feel to see him in person? He said, very surreal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know the verdict. We're doing a replay, Denisha, so you're welcome to share anything you want. And we love that. We love that. Yeah, we wanted to see it twice because we've got so much emotional energy. We don't know what to do with it. So, and if I were home alone, I would play it twice because it's like when something really shocking happens.
Right there.
Yeah, he is crying.
He says something to him.
Yeah. What is that? Hold on. I thought he was crying, but he didn't cry for very long. He probably told him it's probably guilty,
Please rise.
Mm.
I'm going to slow-mo that.
Yeah, he didn't get up because Kate Myers just told him no.
Okay. I'm doing a little slow-mo on this one.
But the foreperson can be seated. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I
If you
went to go
please
further back.
could hand
Sorry.
the verdict form to the bailiff.
Eye blocking, turning his face away. The blink, blink. Hmm.
The verdict
I'm done.
form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon
hoping.
County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count one. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Brazos, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
It was.
Juror Gardner, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Strawn, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Kraft, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Milne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Hawley, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Thorne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Brim, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Williams, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Douglas, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Platt, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you one last brief instruction, and from here, you will be discharged from your service. On behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I'm also going to advise you of some special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain a private affair for as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you concerning the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial if you desire. You also have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with this decision. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. We give you our sincere thanks for the work that you have performed over this 2-week trial. You are discharged. Have a wonderful evening.
I think Judge Everett thought it was Friday when he said, "Have a wonderful weekend."
Oh, did he say week? I know we're all still on Friday, this case. Someone said they didn't hear the guilty. I can play it back one
Everyone
sec.
may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you are going to be remanded pending
even look at the
sentencing at
judge.
this time. Does the defense wish to have a pre-sentence investigation report prepared as to counts 2?
The way he looked at the judge there, like he didn't look at him and he looked up like he just, he was disgusted with him. That's just what a creep.
I don't know. I think that it was just still, he's processing and reality setting in, like it's going fast.
What's Sarah doing there? Oh, just hair stuff. Georgia knows. She's like, yeah, we're good.
Oh, wonderful evening. Apologies. I thought he said wonderful weekend.
Oh.
I was going to say the days are running together for us too.
Uh-huh. Do we see Carl's face? We can find out. Let's replay it. Somebody wanted to replay the verdict again.
I believe Esther may have said it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to quick replay that and then I'll go back. Yeah. He definitely did not have those cuffs on until now. I would love to see what is Daniel Rashbaum saying to him.
If the rest of his gross family couldn't sleep before today, they sure as hell won't be able to sleep after.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have a hard time sleeping tonight.
Has the jury reached
this is too far. Sorry. I want to see, what did Rashbaum said? I think Rashbaum told him.
He said something to him. He got emotional.
Yep. You bet. That's why I'm here. He's saying this is bad. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, if anybody knows how to read lips, let us know what he says to him. Wow. Right there.
Jury comes and remains seated.
It's just so hard to understand these people. That's why we dissect them and look so closely, because it's just so
Everyone
abnormal.
else, please rise. Everyone but the foreperson can be seated.
Here you go, Esther.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you please could hand the verdict form to the bailiff. The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, Find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced? Juror Brazos, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
It was.
Juror Gardner, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes.
Juror Strong, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Kraft, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Milne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Hawley, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Thorne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Brim, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Williams, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Douglas, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Platt, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you one last brief instruction, and from here, you will be discharged from your service. On behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I want to thank you for your
Okay. And does anyone want me to play the whole thing? Or are we good?
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I did mine earlier, because I had a feeling we were going to be closing up shop today on this particular issue. Thank you for being here, Matt, and for your support. Okay.
She does have an awesome channel. I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, you guys. This is just, oh my gosh. I don't think I could have done this alone. I'm so glad I started streaming, with this. It was just kind of a whim. I'm like, I think I'm gonna just go live with Wendy's police interview. So I have like 20 videos on that because it's 5 hours. Maybe more than 20. So I have a whole playlist, my true crime playlist. There's just a lot of interesting stuff in there and some fun stuff, mostly interesting. And I've only started doing fun stuff recently. I'm going to do more of that, I think.
Well, according to her, she was there over 6 hours, remember?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Without an attorney.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've always had a really strong sense of justice, I've been told. So, and I also have my own story with crime to talk about. I'm maybe ready for that. I got a lot. I have a whole trial transcript that was shared with me. I'm going to ask if it's okay with them that I share it. But obviously I survived, but somebody didn't. And, and I'm in touch with that family of the one who was murdered. And I'm going to make sure if I do anything with it, that it's with their blessings. So. Yeah, that was such a great job, Josh Durbin. Go, Joshy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. How do you even feel? How do you feel right now? Are you sort of being able to breathe now?
I think I shared with you yesterday or with everyone yesterday, I wasn't worried. But of course, the moment they say,
right,
we've reached a verdict, So,
yeah. You always have, I always have to have a certain amount of concern that anything can happen. It's not our decision. It's the jury's decision. So I hope that Mentor gets to interview a lot of them. He was able to interview some after previous trials. So it's going to be interesting.
Oh, the jurors.
The jurors, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. If I were a juror, I don't know that I would talk either the same day or shortly thereafter. I don't know.
Yeah.
In my mind, there's too much room for something to be called into question. More recently, the Lori Daybell, whatever the order is, you know, the juror that spoke out, they try to say that because of what he said, she should be granted a new trial because apparently he said that they were confused with the instructions given to them. And that's not, you know, what he said during his interview. So I don't know. I don't know if I were to be so fast to give an interview, I would let some time, I think, settle.
Right. Maybe not right away. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the ones that Mentour Lawyer spoke to was quite a bit later. Yeah. I'm just kind of shook and drained and like, I don't know how to feel, but I'll probably just take a nap. Take a Xanax and a nap, right?
Yeah. Well,
I don't have any Xanax. I'm just kidding.
I wish I could take a nap, but I'm at work, so
You're at work. Well, guys, anything else you want me to cover before we go? I think it's just been amazing to share this with you all, and I'm really glad I did. I'm pretty tired from getting up so early the last couple of weeks. Wow. It's I think for me, it's not just his guilty verdict, which I thought was coming. It's like, okay, what are the rest of them doing now? Because he brought Donna and Harvey into it with his crazy alibi, I guess you call it, extortion. I mean, he can always say, well, it was just all made up. They're not really involved. But dragged everybody in that family into it. That was the danger. And so I am expecting another arrest, and not soon enough. That's my feeling. So I'm like, okay, next. Okay, because, and I don't think it's going to be as long this time as it was.
no, I don't either.
We had Katie's second trial in 2022. Charlie had already been arrested. It's 2023. He's now been convicted. So they can move. They've got all of the evidence. They've done these trials, so they can move pretty quickly. Yeah, the children affected is just disgusting. I mean,
Yeah.
And here again, you know, Katie is on the wrong side of it. I mean, she's not going to get any great treatment because she didn't really give anything up. And I mean, I do think she had some severe PTSD. I'm not sure I'm not sure, because PTSD just means you're in danger. So I don't know if it was things that happened at jail or whatever. Yeah, more life. Charlie, like, what the hell? I'm glad he's off the streets, this guy, from all the crap he did. It's for all the stuff he did.
I have to say that I agree with your comment. I always looked at Harvey as maybe too far removed to be a part of it. But after this trial, he was front and center.
Yes. And Georgia said in the trial, actually, that the investigation was ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she said that in the trial. I think somebody, I forgot already. I'm losing it. Who is Karen Cyphers? Karen Cyphers was an associate of Dan's, and then she worked to help as a lobbyist to help Ruth Markel get the act to get before the legislature in Florida, the Dan Markel Act. So yeah, and she writes for Florida. She's an excellent journalist. She works for Sachs Media. So yeah, she's great. If you go to my community pages, I've posted some of her articles, and I will definitely post tonight's article of hers. So it's just the best. Sometimes I read them right here on my channel. I've done that over the years, here and there. So
she helped pass the Markel Act, which, it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, that unconstitutional act. I mean, again, why say that? That's just horrible. What? I mean,
because they haven't suffered enough.
Sickening. Just sickening. Mm-hmm. What does society say? Yeah, God bless to Karen Cyphers' coverage has been great. She's part of the Justice for Dan Markel movement, for what it's worth.
Community.
Yeah, yeah. So, but she's an excellent journalist and reporter. She's there at the trials writing, and her articles have just been fantastic. Thank you all so much for all the hearts and the kisses. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be on high alert for another arrest. And we should be looking for, did Georgia have a press conference yet? I forgot about that. Hold on a sec. Let me find that. I meant to do that. I'm kind of sleeping on the wheel here. Okay. Not yet. So Georgia should have a press conference soon. Pretty soon. All right. Well, I can always leave the chat open, but I'm just exhausted from this. I'm just like, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, just wow. That's all I can say. I would think that the Tallahassee Democrat would have kept it on. Now, the Tallahassee Democrat still has their feed open. So it may be that they are waiting to come back on for the press conference. But they've been leaving their feed open kind of long anyway. It's just shocking that this thing happened. I think this just makes it more real now that there's a guilty verdict from one of the Adelsons.
I know.
That's what I think I'm feeling. It's because it's like all these things we thought were true have been validated.
I think once upon a time, those of us who have been following this for, gosh, it'll be a decade, right? Next year, never thought that this day would come.
Mm-hmm. There's the grief muscle there. There we go. That's the first time.
What does he say to him?
Well, Charlie asked him a question. He might have asked, is there any way I can go home and, until we get sentenced or something like that? And he's like, hell no, you're not going home, dude. Yes, he's been found guilty, Annette. He has been found guilty. Guilty on all counts. I think he asks Rashbaum something, and Rashbaum leans over to answer him. And then, Rashbaum's not even leaning into him to greet him. He's like over there. I have a feeling Rashbaum was forced to try this defense. I can't imagine he thought it was going to work.
Something. He says something. I think that's the most emotion that I've seen him.
That's why I'm really looking at this, because it's the only time he's actually shown true grief in his whole face with his chin and everything. You've seen it up here today. I saw a lot of lines in his forehead more than last week, but now for a brief moment, he was going to cry, and he pulled it together. Yeah. Oh, would not want to be him. I think he said, "Oh, please." That looked like, "Oh, please." Mm. Wow. Don't ever do criminal, do the crime, you're going to do the time. Yeah, he doesn't even have his tie on. That's true. And he's cuffed. He came in cuffed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he didn't have a tie on. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Somebody just pointed that out in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be great to Sidey. Yeah, that whole foster care thing is just sickening. Sickening. I don't want him to take my children away. Give me a break. Yeah, it is. It's exhausting. I'm wiped out. It's not going to happen, Annette, unfortunately, at least until they're all in prison. And even then, maybe.
Oh no, I think Wendy has set some measures in place where if something happens to her, someone that she wants her
Right.
children, because they see them as property, and so someone that she wants her children to be with, the boys will go to them because they're still minors.
Hi, Jibs and Jab. I love some of these screen names so much.
I know, so creative.
I know, I love it. I've got just my stupid name. Victory's song. Young man, you are so guilty. Young man, you will never be free. Young man, you will not win appeals because your fate is now sealed. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. There it is. You're welcome, Helen. We love fancy. Especially Mentour Lawyer. My gosh, I can't even imagine. Well, I think I'm going to pop off and maybe just breathe a little bit, pet my cat, go feed the cat downstairs, and then see what Mentour Lawyer has on his channel. Get a little nutrition. Carla can get back to work. Do you have to go back to work, Carla?
I do for a short bit. So yes.
All right.
Probably
All right.
first. I think you may get it on sale now.
Right, the boat.
At a very deep discount.
And boom to this sea star. The house of cards is falling. I totally believe this
perfect.
was always the plan. It was going to be the shooters, the conduit, Katie, Charlie, and then either Wendy and then Donna, or vice versa. But because if you take Donna's 2 children from her and put them both in prison, can you imagine what that must feel like? Even one now. I mean, again, I don't take any joy in this. I'm sure Robert is super sad right now to see this. It's so sad. Yeah, it's sad.
Sure.
It's really sad.
I mean, that's his brother, but it's just ugly also when he said my mom doesn't like him. And that's
horrible. I mean, yes. And that had to hurt him too. Yeah. Okay, kids. Well, I'm going to play our outro. I will be back. I'm not sure exactly when. I have another live, I believe, scheduled, but I'm so emotional right now. I can't even think what I'm doing in the next minute here. I did have I had a couple swigs of my Fireball cinnamon whiskey just to keep me calm. So that's probably making me even tired because I don't drink, and I certainly don't drink during the day, but I needed that and also help my throat a little bit. So
there you go.
Carla, thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you.
We'll be back, no doubt. Everyone in the chat, thank you so much. Thank you for keeping the conversation so interesting and intelligent and respectful. And I hope you follow me more, because I'm going to make some more fun videos and share those. And I hope you enjoy those. And I will be going over Wendy's testimony, because I've done her previous testimonies. So now we'll compare that. Probably Katie's and Katie's proffers next. And I go through those usually with Katie, sometimes on my own. Carla, you're welcome to join in. And that's more for like, what is she really saying, body language and that kind of thing. And I think that would be really interesting, because in prep for the next trial, right? And sentencing. So yeah, Fireball. It's so good for a sore throat. And for some reason, if I'm a little nauseous, it kind of settles my nauseousness too. So is Fancy here? We love Fancy. Okay, Fancy's a sweetheart. She's very encouraging. I can't imagine what she's feeling right now too. We're all just so invested into this. It's just, I can't imagine what Mentor is feeling. I want to jump over to his channel and see how he's doing. It might take him a minute.
Did he go live, Dawn?
I don't know. To find out, I don't know. And then also the press conference.
Right.
For her. If she does do a press conference, I might throw it up on my channel too. So
Okay.
I'm gonna get some water and some hot tea and lemon. Love you back. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Oops, I had my video ready and I can't find it.
Pieces. Puzzle pieces.